live absolutely, blissfully, celebrating, fulfilled, complete, intensely. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
yoga session where we'll be performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us now invoke his presence by chanting the Sadguru Vandanam. Let's all sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together in your front of your heart center. Close your eyes and let's begin the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now let us chant the Moola Mantra Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. You will all be chanting it internally 11 times. Just chant along if you don't know. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now slowly relax and let us move into the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing process. Now please be seated and place your hands in the Gokarana Mudra, which is open the palms wide, keep all the fingers stretched, bend the index finger to the middle of the palm. Now you will pour 1 spoon of water in the between of your palms and drink it at the end of each of the 3 mantras. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Sudha. Drink the water and pour another spoon of water in your hands. Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Sudha. Drink the water again and pour another spoon of water in your hands. Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Sudha. Drink the water and pour another spoon of water in your hands. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water and wipe your upper and lower lips twice with the base of the right hand thumb. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now wash your hands again with a spoon of water. Now with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the right hand index and thumbs touch the right nostril, the left nostril, and with the right hand ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest, and with all the fingertips touch the above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands again with a spoon of water. Now let's enter the next step, which is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now placing your right palm on your left palm and keeping both the palms on your right thigh, keep both the hands on your right thigh and visualize a particular reality you want to manifest by performing today's yoga as we chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamo Partha Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासम करिष्ये. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om Apaupasprisya. And yes, now let us enter the first asana, Sukhasana. Please keep your Panchapatrams and Uddaranis apart away from you. And let us enter into this beautiful sequence of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama with the first asana, Sukhasana. Now be seated in a comfortable position with your legs crossed, your hands on top of each knee in Bindha Mudra, which is touching the index and thumbs and keeping the other fingers stretched. Visualize Lord Paramashiva. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha, and for the next following asanas, perform the Samana Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath, visualizing intense fire as long as you can, and then exhaling. Hold the japa Soham in your inner space. Tatsuka asanamityuktam ashaktastat samacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Now moving to the next asana, Parvatasana. Be seated in the same cross-leg position or raise your hands with the palms joined together above your head. Visualize Mount Kailash and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ata vakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yat Kritva Sthirarupishya Chakradivilopanam. Now lower the body, lower the hands and bring the soles of the feet together and interlace the fingers behind the back and then slowly lower the forehead onto the heels. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Goda Bhava Purva Vidiyahu me jano ube pagatali samputano pishtipachedovu kalyavo dachinakarsova magahavo. Now rise up and we move to the next asana, Nagi Pavasana. Now keeping the hands by the shins and the palms by the feet with the fingers cupped, slowly lean down and place your forehead on the heels once again. Visualize a cobra, gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Purva vidhi pari agane ni chauhoi kahoni panasyo lagayi hat agane darti lagave pasari do hati ki anjuli kare. The next asana is Kokilasana. Now holding the big toes in Prana Mudra, which is holding with the index and middle fingers, raise the feet up and straighten the knees and then cross them quickly into Padmasana. Then keep the elbows on the mat, visualize a bird and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Atan yadasanam vakshe yena siddho bhavenaraha akasmad vayu sancharam kokilakyasanena cha. The next asana is Nithyananda. Now rise up and stack the knees and ankles and hold opposite elbows. Rotate the hand in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Goda Bhava Padiki Ahumahili Soye Dachicharanako Varlauta Parikalpa Samoye. Now we move to the next asana, Gajasana. Now coming into a plank position with the hips raised high, start scooping the body repeatedly downward again and again. Visualize an elephant and gaze at the nose. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Nujjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyamastakagre nidaya. Relax as we move into Rikshasana, where you will alternate raising one heel and press the other heel on the mat. Visualize the bear and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Ekaikam padama kunja gajasanam kuryat Rikshasanam bhavati. Now rise up into a standing position with the hands by the chest, with the index, middle and fingers touching the chest. Now stand on the tip of your toes and visualize Swamiji and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Keshena pada yugalam tadvatishte tadomukahata vaishyavakshay yat kritva satyavan bhavet. Now we move to Urdhva Janukarana, coming into a half squatted position. Keep your hands, elbows bent and the hands by the chest, and with the right hand rotate the body inside and out with the right hand and right leg, and then perform on the left side. Now we move to the next asana, which is Balalingasana. Now interlace the fingers from the inside out, which is called Sarvava Shankari Mudra, and pull the right knee to the chest. Hold the raised right leg with both the hands interlaced, and visualize holding a baby. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jana urisialingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now we move to Padapidanasana. Pull the right leg to the buttocks and hold the right leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mahamudra Bandha. स्थित्वे कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्यत्वेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now lower the right leg and once again getting balance, raise the right leg and hold the right leg from the inside with the right hand. Pull the right leg backward and up and simultaneously stretch the left hand. Visualize Lord Latraja. Uttanapadam Krauncancha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natrajam Trigonam Cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Now relax as we move to Balalingasana on the left side. Now once again interlace the fingers from the inside out and raise the left leg towards the chest, holding the raised left leg with the hands. Visualize holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jana urisiyalingya statavyam bhalalinganam bhavati. Now we move to Padapidanasana as you pull the left leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands. Then visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Sittvai kasmin padatale karabhyam veष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्यत्वेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now we move to Natarajasana as you pull the left leg towards the buttocks, hold the left leg with the left hand and stretch the left leg backward and up. Simultaneously stretch the right hand forward and keep the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform Mula Bandha. Tanapadam Krauncancha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trigonam Cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Now we move to the next karna of the sequence, Ardharechita Karna. Come back to the half squatting position. Keep the hands bent and the right leg behind the left foot with the toes pointed down and the heels raised. Then make a pendulum motion with the right hand a few times and then place the hand on the nose. Then repeat on the left side. Now we move to the next asana, which is skeleton dance. Now start intensely shaking your body in all directions with your visualization being you are a complete skeleton structure with no muscles or anything else, just a complete bone structure. And see all your laziness, tiredness leaving the system. Slowly relax. Let your breathing settle. As we move into the next asana, Katichina Karana. Now come back to the half squatting position. Cross your hands above the head and turn to the right side and open the palms and hands wide. And then come back to the center and cross the hands above the head. Then turn to the left and repeat the same. Yes, relax. And now we move to the next asana, Tadasana. Standing tall on the tip of your toes, raise your hands above the head. Keep the palms facing each other and visualize a palm tree. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and hold the new japa Sada Shivoham in your inner space. महामुद्रा भद्रकोणौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया. Now slowly lower the entire body on to the ground and keep the hands by the feet with the head by the knees. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudra Bhadrakono Tadasana Vivedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryat Antarvatni Padipriya. Now come to a plank position with the hands parallel to each other and the body in a plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest and rotate the neck from side to side in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana mastakam varam varam dakshina goksham savya goksham naye tarakshvasanam bhavati. Now lower the entire body onto the mat and keep the hands by the side of the chest. Lift the entire body off the mat, upper body off the mat and balance, visualizing a cobra. Angushtanabhiparyantam madobhuma vininyaset karabhyam sudaram dhritva udushishapanivahi. Now we move to the next asana, Shashasana. Rise up into a plank position once again and alternate bringing one knee to the chest. Start performing the Saja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling comfortably. Gajasana samsitau janadvaima kunja varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Now we move to Ratasana. Alternate placing one foot between the palms and visualize a chariot. Gajasana samsitau ekaikam padam puro margena brahmetva kartavyam ratasanam bhavati. Now keep the right foot forward and the left leg back. As we move into Virabhadrasana, bend the right knee in a 90-degree angle, keep the hips turned forward and the hands above the head with the palms facing each other. Visualize Lord Virabhadra, gaze at the third eye and perform Udyana Bandha. Tanapadam Crown Chancha Marichim Virabhadrakam Natrajam Trikonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now we move to Virabhadrasana on the opposite side as you switch the position of the hand of the feet and once again raise the hands above the head. Keep the front left knee bent in a 90-degree angle. Visualize Lord Virabhadra and gaze at the third eye. Vashishtamatakoundinyam murdagokkutamevachashta vakramato tanam mayuram sed bandhanam. Now rise up and keep the feet together as we now move into Vrikshasana. Now bring the right leg to the inner left thigh and keep the hands together in front of the heart center and raise the hands above the head. Visualize a tree and perform Udyana Bandha. Vamo Ramola Deshecha Yamyam Padam Nidayato Tishtet Vrikshavad Bhuma Vrikshasanamidam Viduho. Now lower the hands and place the right thigh in front of the left thigh. Place the right leg in front of the left thigh and keep the hands once again together in front of the heart center. Visualize Lord Garuda. Garudasana Mavakshe Yanadhyanam Sirambovi Sarvadoshadvinirmukto Bhavatiya Mahabali. Now we move to Vrikshasana on the opposite side as you once again keep the left foot by the right thigh and keep the hands above the head with the palms together. Visualize a tree and perform Udyana Bandha. Vashishtamatakoundinyam Vamo Ramula Deshecha Yamyam Padam Nidayato Tishtet Vrikshavad Bhumo Vrikshasanamidam Viduho. Now lower the body, lower the hands and the feet and then place the left foot on front of the right thigh and bring the hands together in front of the heart center. Visualize Lord Garuda. Garuda Asana Mavakshe Yanadhyanam Chirambovi Sarvadoshadvinirmukto Bhavatiya Mahabali. Now we move to Trikonasana. Place one foot forward and the other foot back. Keep the right foot forward and the left foot back. Raise the hands parallel to the ground and bring the right hand to the right leg. Gaze at the sky as you keep the left hand pointed upward. Visualize a triangle. Uttana Padam Crown Chancha Maricham Virabhadrakam Natrajam Trigonam Chuttangushta Prasarane. Now switch the position of the feet and lower the left hand this time to the left leg and visualize a triangle. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now we move to Nikutaka Karna. As you come to a half squatting position once again, bring the hands parallel to each other and alternate, switching the position of the palms. Now we move to the next asana, Angushtasana. Coming to a squatting position, keep the knees together and the palms in front of the heart center. Visualize Swamiji and start performing a buzzing sound called Brahmari Kumbhaka, which is making a buzzing sound. Hold the new japa Sadashivoham from this following asana. Kabanda asanamityāhu gorakṣāsanam evaca angushtamushtikam yayam brahmaprasadidam tata. Now we move to Saurasana. As you keep the right foot stretched and the hands by the side, visualize Swamiji and continue to perform the Moola Bandha. Prasadya ekam padatalam samsthapitveka padakam. Now we move into Vidunanasana. As you lower your body, holding the right leg with the right hand and the left leg's heel with the left hand. Visualize Swamiji and continue to perform the Moola Bandha. Gulpastitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsite tatkarena. Now relax, pulling the right leg back and stretching the left leg forward. Visualize Swamiji. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapitveka padakam. Now we move into Vidunanasana. As you hold the left leg with the left hand and the right leg with the right hand, visualize Swamiji and lower your body to the knee. Gulpau tu spadamekam prasaryekam tatpadagram samsite tatkarena. Now raise up as we move into Brahmajarankushasana. Bring the heels together and keep the back of the palms on each knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. दो पनापानी होय वैसे एडी दो गुड़ा निवैसे कोरबक दलिया की माहिली आय समाहेरा सेमिली. Now we move into Kapilasana. Place the knees on the mat and the palms on the each knee. Visualize the great sage Kapila. Gaze at the nose and perform Udyana Bandha. Ubay pagatali samata harave tinki mahili kor milave. Now we move into the next asana, Bhadragorakasana. As you switch the gaze to the third eye in the same asana. दो पगदली संपुट करे कौरवाली भू परिधरे कौरवाली राके ऐसे तापन मूल द्वार टिकी बेसे. The next asana is Suryasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and raise the knees off the mat. Raise the hands above the head with the little finger and thumb touching and the fingers stretched wide apart. Visualize Lord Surya and perform Udyana Bandha. Edi do gudatiriyane panapani bedgubuditane. The next asana is Mandukasana. Now come to a seated position on the heels and keep the hands on the respective knee. Visualize a frog. Gaze at the third eye. Roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat in Mandiki Mudra. Padatalav Prishtadeshe Angushtadvecha Samsprishet Jano Ikram Puraskritya Sadayan Mandukasanam. Now we move to Uttana Mandukasana. As you raise your hands above the head, cross the hands and touch opposite shoulders. Continue to perform the visualization of the frog, gazing at the third eye and the Mandiki Mudra, and perform Udyana Bandha. Manduka asana madhyastam kurparabhyam shramdataha etadbe ekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. Now lower the hands and cross the ankles. Keep the hands on the respective knee in Simhasana as you stick the tongue out and exhale forcefully, repeatedly, visualizing a lion. Dakshinam savyagulpena dakshinetram hastau janvo samstapya swangulisha prasarya cha. Now we move to the next asana, Bhadrasana. Now uncross your ankles and cross your hands behind the back. Visualize Swamiji, tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the nose in Bhadrasana as you cross your hands behind the back and hold opposite big toes. गुल्पौ तु विष्णस्यादौ युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. The next asana is Kakabusandi asana. Now come to a squatting position and from the inside wrap your hands around the knees and interlace the fingers behind the back. Visualize a crow and gaze at the nose. Pratame Vesa Ukratane, Do Hatapagam Vich Ane, Tinki Modinalya Parilave, Pishtapache Kankasi Karave. Now we move to the next asana, Kani Pavasana. Now keeping the hands at the shoulder level, place the knees on the back of each palm and lean onto the hands, raising the feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha. Asana Gauguna Asidista Hoi to Achi Hoi. The next asana is Kapali Asana as you come into a headstand position. Now, keeping your hands wide apart, place the forehead on the mat, making a triangle between the hands and legs, and place the knees on the elbows. Then slowly raise the feet and straighten the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sisi Sadarti Teki Pagdovi Milva Ucha Gugare. Slowly lower the entire body. And now we move to the next asana, Parshamayurasana. Now coming into a squatting position, turn to one side of your body. From this asana, we'll be performing the Murcha Kumbhaka, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs empty as long as you can, and then inhaling. Now, perform the Parshamayurasana as you slowly lean onto the hands and stretch the legs to the side, visualizing a peacock and gazing at the third eye. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parsha namakam. Now relax and turn onto the opposite side of your body as you once again align the elbows to the knees and hips, lean onto the elbows and stretch the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock once again. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parsha namakam. Now we move to Pairagnatha. Coming into a plank position, place one foot from the outside between the palms. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava and gaze at the third eye. Asana Gauganupiti Jayi. Now perform the same Bhairagnatha as you once again keep one foot between the palms and push the hips forward. Visualize Kalabhairava in Bhairagnatha. Asana Gauganupiti Jayi. Now we move to the next asana, Unmukha. Now keep the forearms on the mat and visualizing Lord Kalabhairava push the hips up and high. Visualize gazing at the third eye and perform the Rechika Kumbhaka. Bhunyastau Janani Hastau Chatuspadam Vanmukam Mutta Pitangri Yugala Chatuspadam Biruka. Now we move to Vashishthasana as you once again come into the tall plank position. Roll onto one hand and stretch the other hand high. Simultaneously, gaze at the sky and visualize Lord Vashishta. Urta Kukkuda Vashishta Marichiyala Matsyakampari Vrittim Chodarasya Vividandar Rasanam. Now roll onto the opposite hand. As you once again raise the hand and gaze at the sky, visualize the great sage Vashishta. Urta Kukkuda Vashishta Marichiyala Matsyakampari Vrittim Chodarasya Vividandar Rasanam. Now sit down and stretch your legs. Keep the hands underneath each respective buttock. Visualize Hanuman and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to gaze at the nose and perform the new japa Om Mahasada Asanam दो की करा की उबे हथेली कोरवारली मेले भेली सो आगाने बुपरिदासे महाने अंगुल मिली रासे. Now we move to the next asana, Paschimottanasana. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers and lean your entire body onto the knees. Visualize Lord Paramashiva, visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha. जानोपरिललाटं तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते. Now we move to Ugrasana. As you raise up, pull one foot to the perineum. As you raise up, interlace the fingers behind the head and lower the entire body onto the knees. Keep the elbows outside the knees and visualize Goddess Kali. Perform Udyana Bandha. Swapanibhyam dhridam ditva jano parishiro nisetasana ugrividam proktam bhavedan lalideepanam. Now we move to the next asana, which is Marichi asana. Now pull one leg towards the perineum and from the inside wrap that raised leg and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize the great sage Marichi and continue to perform the Mula Bandha. Asanam उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now we move to the next asana, which is Mahamudrasana. Now place the raised foot back on the mat and hold the stretched leg with both your hands. Then place the forehead on the stretched knee. Visualize Swamiji perform the Mahamudra Bandha and continue to hold japa Mahasada-shivoham. Mahamudraಂ pravakshami tantresmin vallabeyam prapi siddha siddhim cha kapiladhyapuragataha. Now we move to the next asana, which is Marichi asana on the opposite side. Now stretch the leg and bend the opposite leg towards the perineum. Then wrap the raised knee from the inside and around. Then visualize the great sage Marichi in your inner space. Uttanapadam क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now we move to the next asana, which is Mahamudrasana. Place the raised knee back on the mat and hold the stretched leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudram pravakshami tantesmin va vallabeyam prapi siddha siddhim cha kapiladhyapuragataha. Now we move to the next asana, Bhadrasana 2. Now pull both the feet together and keep the soles of the feet together and hold the soles of the feet with the respective hands and visualize Swamiji, gaze to the third eye and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Gulpauta Vishnasyadah Shivanya Pashvi Akshipet Pada Pashmi Panabhyam Jad Badva Dridam Badvasu Nishtalam. Now we move to the next asana, Gwali Pavasana. Now slightly push the feet away from the perineum and keep the hands on the knees. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chalandra Bandha and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji. पूर्वचर पर चौक कहियो सोही वाही विधियो की जी सोही या में एडी बिंजल जरा से अंगुल आत अंतरोरा से. The next asana is Joni asana. Now pull the feet back to the perineum and hold the feet, then lower the entire upper body down to the mat and keep the forehead in front of the toes. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, physical representation of Paramashiva Shakti, and gaze at the nose. दो पगतली संपुट करे एडी मेड के दिन करतरे आधा हाथ को अंतर्रा से लात पगतलिया ऊपर दासे. Now we move to Miriki Pavasana. Raise up, pull the feet away from the perineum, stretch the hands to the side and lower the body onto the heels again. Visualize Swamiji Purvabedi Paripakatali Samput Soli Edi Mini Rase Yediasuma Hilikor Angutala Darti Lagave. Now raise up and place the hands underneath the shins with the palms facing upward. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze at the nose. दो पगतली संपुट करे सोल में आगा में दरे अंतरातलो धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजूली करे. Now raise up and keep the hands on the feet and pull the feet to the perineum. Open the feet like a book and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगतली एडी धरती मगवा में लगावे पगतली माहिली कौन अंगूठा सदी सदी जोड़े. Now we move to Charapat Chokasana. As you raise up, keep the hands on the knees and gently press them down to the mat. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Perform Uddiyana Bandha. दो पगदली संपुट दरे आगाने कर जारे पसारे दोड़ा बूसो लगता रासे हाथ दो गोड़ा परिदासे. Now we move to the next asana, Bhairavasana. Now bring the soles to the perineum and lift the heels up with the toes down. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava and gaze to the third eye. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Gulpau Sampirya Chanyonyam Rutkramen Samahitaha Janvopa Ashwagado Hastau Dandavad Bhairavasanam. Now we move to Samanasana. Now keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot by the chest. Visualize Swamiji gaze to the third eye and perform Mula Bandha. Kevalam Padame Samana Asanama Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhana Teka Padamaro Tattva Guhyonyalinga Vatrake. Now place this raised leg on the respective shoulder and keep the other hands by the side and straighten the leg forward. Then visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye. केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारव्यतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेति नन्दवत् प्रभो. Now we move to Samanasana on the opposite side. Now once again keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot by the chest. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanate. Now we move to the next side. Next asana. As you place this raised foot on the respective shoulders, stretch the other leg forward. Keep the hands by the side and continue to visualize Swamiji gaze at the third eye. Savya Dakshin केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्यतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेति दण्डवत् प्रभो. Now we move to Gomukasana. Now cross the feet, keep the heels by the opposite hips and the hands interlaced on the top knee. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Visualize the face of a cow. Savye Dakshina Gulpanto Prishtapashve Niyodhye Dakshine Peda Savyam Gomukam Yata. Next we move to Anusuyasana. As you hold each foot with the index and middle fingers, visualize the Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण गोड़ोनी कोटाने वामोता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आडा पुनिद्वे निदे संधि पसारी. The next asana is Garudasana. Sanusuyasana 2. Now interlace the fingers behind the back and lower the entire body down. Then visualize Rishika Anusuya and perform Uddiyana Bandha. Dvavapogomodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpamola Dwarani Chede. Now relax and rise up as we move into Garudasana 2. Now place one foot by the perineum and the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Keep the hands on respective knees. Visualize Lord Garuda and gaze at the nose. Dvavapogomodi Yedi Mahila Gulpamola Dwarani Chede. Now we move to the next asana, Naradasana. Now sit on the heel touching your perineum and interlacing your fingers toward outside of the raised knee. Visualize Lord Narada and gaze at the third eye. Pishtu Javam Pakadali Keri Bhuparita Hilagave Peri. Now untwist the body. Place the heel you're sitting on the opposite thigh. Hold the opposite thigh and the raised knee with both the hands. And in Matsya Pitakasana, visualize great fish avatar of Lord Vishnu and gaze at the nose. Vame Navamangustando Gretam Matsya Pitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidra Medradu Paridakshinam. The next asana is Gomakasana on the opposite side. Now cross the heels and cross the knees and keep the heels by opposite hips. Visualize the face of a cow and gaze at the nose. Savya Dakshina Gulpanto Prishapashve Nyoje Dakshine Evita Savyam Gomakam Yata. Now we move to the next asana, Anusuyasana. Now hold the toes with the index and middle fingers in Pranamudra. Visualize Rishika Anasoya and perform the Udyana Bandha. Rachana Godoni Dotane Vamotage Upar Ane. Now we move to the next asana, Anusuyasana 2. Interlace the fingers behind the back, lower the entire body onto the knees and visualize Rishika Anasoya. Gaze at the nose. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Uparidava Goda ki sandhi, Milave Rase Goda Sole, Pakataliyalo Advai Sudha Rase. Now we move to Garudasana 2. Now raise up and keep one foot by the perineum, the other foot flat. Keep the hands on the knees. Visualize Lord Garuda. Garuda Asana. Davo Pogumodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpamuladwarni Chede. Now we move to Naradasana. As you keep the heel you're sitting on the opposite thigh, visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. Vishtivajavam Pakadali Keri Bhuparita Hilagave Peni. Next asana is Vatsyendrasana. Now stretch both the feet and place the right leg on the left thigh and then place the right leg on the left thigh and then
Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 20
25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, we complete for the technical glitch and hope all the participants and viewers can hear us and see us now. Let us now continue with the next asana of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is Matsyendrasana. Now, being seated in this comfortable position, now stretch your legs and then place the right leg on the left thigh. Now, placing your left leg on the right thigh, bend the right knee and turn outside of the right knee. Then keep the right hand on the mat behind you and turn backwards as you gaze to the third eye. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha. Udaram paschimabhasam kritva tishtati yatnatah namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajano parinyasete. Now we move to Kubasana. Place the left hand on the right leg and the right hand on the right ear. Visualize the camel. Asana Gogana Jolo Jaye. Now place the hand back on the mat as we move into Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Pitam Jadra Pradipam Prachandrak Mandala Kandanastram. Now we move to Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Now stretch the legs and this time keep the right leg on the left thigh and bend the left knee. Turn outside of the left leg. Place the right hand on the left leg and keep the left hand on the mat behind. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha. Udaram paschimabhasam kritva tishtati yatnatah. Now place the right hand on the left leg and the left hand on the left ear. Visualize a camel. Asana Gogana Jolo Jaye. Now place the hand back on the mat and visualize Matsyendranatha. Matsyendra Pitam Chhatra Pradipam Prachandrak Mandala Kandanastram. Now we move to Padmasana. Keep the legs on opposite thighs and be seated with the hands on the respective knee. Visualize Paramashiva and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Asanam Dividam Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tatha Urdhva Rupariche Datte Ube Padarite Yatha. Now cross your hands and hold opposite feet, visualize the goddess Parvati. In Padmasana 2. Uttanau charanau kritva uru samstau prayatnataha. Now we move to Kukkutasana. Insert your hands between the gaps of the thighs and calves and lift your entire body, visualizing a rooster. Start performing the Saja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling comfortably for the following asanas. Padmasanam se samstapya naranurvarantare karao. Relax as we move to Baddhakeki asana. Now keep the hands on the mat and lift the knees and body rising onto the knees in Padmasana. Then slowly lower the navel onto the elbows and visualize Swamiji. Uddaramavashtabhyakarad-dvayena tatkurpari-sthaneva tabiparshvaha. Relax and stretch the legs undoing the Padmasana, then keeping the knees on the mat and the hands in the same position. Slowly lower the navel onto the elbows and stretch the legs. Visualize a peacock. Atavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasanam Uttamam. Now relax and lie on the stomach, lowering the entire body onto the mat. Keep the legs wide apart with the toes pointed sideways. Interlace the fingers behind the head. Visualize a crocodile. Adhyasasete padayugmam vashtam Hridayam nidaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamano. Now we move to Shalabhasana as you keep the hands by the side and lift the legs off the mat, visualizing a locust. Adhyasasete karayagmam vaksho bhumim avashtabhya karayostalabhyam. Now bend the knees and bring them to the side of the hips in Ustrasana. Holding the legs, push them down to the side on the ground. Adhyasasete padayugmam vashtam prishte nidaya didam karabhyam. Now continuing to lie down, hold the feet tighter and lift the entire legs and upper body simultaneously, visualizing a bow. Prasarya pado bhuvidanda rupau karocha prishtedata padayugmam. Now come to a seated position, Bhagasana, on the heels. Then keep the hands on the knees and visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose. Hold the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ulta modi pavado vese baharo jagati gare ek vese. Now we move into Gohyasana and Shirasasana, two inverted asanas. So you can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform. Now keep the forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Place the head between the palms and then raise the knees, walking the feet closer to the face as you stack the hips over the shoulders and jump gently. And keeping the knees bent, visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Do haath ki kahuni joni puin kala hai jare do ye. Now we move to Shirasasana as you slowly straighten the feet and continue to visualize Swamiji. Viparitam mandalam cha vidideva viditam hinaha. Now we move to Podhyasana as you slowly lower the body and come to a seated position. From this asana, we'll be performing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is intense exhalations. Now keeping your hands on the calves, straighten the knees and bring the knees to the forehead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Do hataki pagaban ane godatare kanka sitane. Now relax the feet and then let's move to the next asana, Parigasana. Now keeping your hands crossed behind your head, touching opposite shoulders, straighten your legs and visualize a maze in Parigasana. Uttanam shainam kritva pado militva prasarya. Now relax your legs and stretch your hands parallel to the ground and once again raise your feet to a 45-degree angle, visualizing a boat. Gaze at the third eye. Uttana shainam kurparabhyam bhumim avashtabhyastasya nidambam nidaya. Now relax and bring the soles of the feet together as we move to Rudrasana. Holding the soles of the feet together, pull them to the chest and visualize Lord Rudra. Gaze at the nose. Pagadali samput kare hastasya paga ucha paga ki anguta doleyo parli kanitalave. Now we move to Uttana Pita Unmukha Pitasana as you lie down on the back. Keep the soles of the feet flat and the knees bent. Touch the back of the heels and lift the hips up. Visualize Swamiji. Udhve cha janoni kritva shavithvodvamukam tata uttapya hastau tishthetu pita unmukha namake. Now lie down on the back, completely relaxing the entire body. Stretch the legs, keep the hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji intensely liberating you in this final asana, Shavasana. Ata Shavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumo Shayanantu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest, rock your body from side to side, and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session. For all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants, thank you all so much for joining us today. Please stay tuned. We are going to have the next Acharya join very soon and start the next segment of the day. All the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now continue the preview for the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, the 508 asana sequence, which we started yesterday. Yesterday we covered 15 new asanas from the sequence. Let us continue with the next set of 15 asanas today. Starting off with Yoga Narasimhasana. Now sit with your feet flat, crossed in front of your body, the knees raised. Place the back of your hands on top of the knees. And gaze to the nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize Lord Narasimha, the Lion Man avatar of Mahavishnu. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka and internally chant the Mahavakya.
मायूरस्पिञ्छ मायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितं कौकुटस्गर्भपिङ्गं च कौर्मं योगनृसिंहकम्.
Now, keep your legs crossed and rotate your hands on top of the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a flock of crows in Kakarupa Skandhasana.
अथ वक्षे काकरूपस्कन्धासनमनुत्तमं कलिपापात्रमुच्येत वायवीं वशमानयेत्.
Next up is Utkatikasana. Now, uncross your legs. Keep the feet flat, the knees raised, and place your hands on top of the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize sitting in the space of Upanishad with Swamiji as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
श्लिष्टर्गुले श्लिष्टगुल्भो भूश्लिष्टोरुप्रसारजेत् यत्रोपविश्य पादौ तद्दण्डासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Dandasana too. Now extend your legs forward. Keep them flat on the ground. Your neck and back straight. As you place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's Yoga Danda in Dandasana too.
श्लिष्टर्गुलीश्लिष्टगुल्भो भूश्लिष्टोरुप्रसारजेत् यत्रोपविश्य पादौ तद्दण्डासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Kataka Mudrasana. Now lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Bring your head towards the knees. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a tank of water.
सभागशीर्ष सर्वांग महामुद्रा च ताटकी बद्धकोणस्बद्ध पद्मं दण्डं पश्चिमतानकम्.
The next asana is Prayankasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground next to your body and lift your body off the ground with your legs extended forward. Then rock your body from left to right and visualize yourself as a cradle rocking side to side.
प्रेङ्खावत् स्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तके परिनीत्वा पृष्ठभागे भूमौ निधाय तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Prayankasana too. From the same position, rock your body front and back as you gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as a cradle rocking back and forth.
प्रेङ्खावत् स्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तके परिनीत्वा पृष्ठभागे भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Yogasana 3. Now, sit with your feet flat, knees raised, cross your arms and place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze to your third eye and experience Advaita, oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji.
पृष्ठे भेदान्वितं पादं तस्य हस्तेन बन्धयेत् अथ योगासनं वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा योगिराट् भवेत्.
The next asana is Vrishapati Asana. Now, place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel, crossing the right knee over top. Keep the right heel at the left hip and place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose and experience the energy of a temple inside you as you breathe in Sit Karikumbhaka. Press your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hiss through your teeth while inhaling.
जीमनागोडो अग्रकरिडावो पगजीमणि पाशति आनी.
Next up is Durvasana. Now, place the foot outside the hip. Sit down on the ground. Place the fingertips of the right hand on top of the middle joint of the left hand, as our Acharya is demonstrating, and then place them on the top knee. Now, gaze to your third eye and visualize the purifying effects of Durva grass happening in your being.
दायजंग परिकरिजी मनोपगदाजी पाशति आनी.
Next up is Sukha Devasana. Maintain the same posture, but join your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra. Then place them on your knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize all gods and goddesses are pleased with you in Sukha Devasana.
वामजंग अरपीडी माही दक्षिण पाकड़ी धरे सुता है.
Next up is Datta Digambarasana. Now, keep your knees on top of one another, heels to the opposite hips. Place your hands on your feet and hold on to your feet firmly. Keep your spine straight, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize that Shiva has blessed you to move beyond all material needs and desires.
प्रथम जीवनो पाव उचावे दाजी जंग उपरि करिल्यावे.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Keep holding onto the feet and lean forward and down. Place your nose to the ground if you can. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a fish.
जीर्मणोपकटायी जङ्घपरिराशे.
The next asana is Gomukhasana 2. Now maintain the same posture and cross your hands behind your back. Bring one hand over the shoulder and hold on to the other hand behind your back. Now gaze to your nose and visualize the face of a cow in your inner space.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वाताजनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now we are repeating Vrishapati Asana on the other side. Now place the top of the right foot on the mat and sit on the right heel. Bring the left knee over the right and hold on to opposite knees with your hands as you gaze to your nose and experience the energy of a temple inside you.
जीमणा गोदो अग्रकरिडावो पगजीमणि पाशति आनी.
With this, we covered all the 15 asanas of this preview. Let's get ready for the continuation of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let us get ready for the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Starting off with Yathasanishthasana. Now sit in a comfortable posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Meditate on the fire in your navel region as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाज्ञातं यत संस्थां यथा स्थितिः.
From the cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, inhale and exhale deeply again and again in Samasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोक्ते प्राक्तनेपति.
Now place the left foot against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतर गुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same posture, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थाणुं मितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातवेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Now gaze down to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादकी केडी जानो जीवनमडितासुकोण्ठानो.
Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana 2.
वामचरण परिरचन राके एकजुगति आसे विदिधाके.
Next up is Santadhunasana. Maintain your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel. Cup one hand over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकायसमाशीनं सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तौ दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
We move on to Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintain your legs in the same position. Set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. And get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way and hold your breath. Close your mouth with your little fingers, your nostrils with the ring fingers, your eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासनेषु नौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot underneath the right thigh. Place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरिणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain the posture. Gaze up and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
दावापगरी पदतली पुनियेडि हे जोय.
Now rotate your hands on top of the knees. Keep them flat. Gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, as you can see in the top right corner of the screen in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपागकी पगतली जाहिमाहिरी कोरे.
Now shift your gaze upwards. Maintain the posture and the visualization in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगबलेनिदं तत्कालफललं तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि.
Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body. Heels close towards your perineum. Hold your feet with both hands interlocked. Push your knees down to the mat. Gaze to your nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्पौ तु विचनश्यादः श्रीवन्त्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे.
Maintain your legs in the same posture. Keep the left hand on the respective knee. And cover your mouth with your right hand. Close your left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then close both nostrils. Hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril. And then again inhale through the left, inverting the breathing flow in Apyanta Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra along the nasal tract, the pharynx if you can. And visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्वक हो बिष्टिका जो ही वाही विधि कीजे सोई.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now separate the heels. Keep the feet close towards the perineum and lean forward and down, placing your elbows on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha. Breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way, then hold your breath again and again on all the exhalation. And visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
ग्वाली पावासन कह्यो हे जैसे याहुम में जाने विदितई से.
Next up is Padasana. Now raise your knees, bring your arms underneath the shins, and interlock the fingers in front as you lift your feet off the mat. Now, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेद् वायुं मृदुनिश्वासे संयुतम्.
We move on to Gopi Chandasana. Now, interlock your fingers around the toes. As you lift your feet up against your chest, rest your chin on your hands, gaze to your nose, and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधि पगा की अंगूठ कंटकू परासे.
Next up is Uddarasana. Similarly, bring your arms below the legs and interlock the fingers around the toes. As you lift your feet up, rest your chin on your hands, gaze to the nose, and visualize your body free from any defects.
दो पगतली संपुटाने उभहस्ते हूर्दहिताने.
Now raise your feet higher in front of your face. Keep the fingers interlocked in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दो पगतली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now bring your legs over the respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards so you can interlock your fingers behind your neck. Now visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिह होच्यते.
Now bend your elbows down, keep the legs over top of the shoulders and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो वातपकं वीचाने तिनको गोडानि चेठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot on the mat, sit on the left heel, and stack the right knee over top, hands on opposite knees, gaze without focusing anything externally in Vaishnavi Mudra. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यसदरनितले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयद्वान वामपादकं जानुयुग्मं करयुग्मम् एतत्सङ्कटमासनम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit on the ground, engage Uddiyana Bandha, keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुसागी नागरपञ्चदं ऋषिरिं दगल्यम्नि.
We move on to Machandrasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left arm behind your back, twist your spine and reach for opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरिदर्शनराणे वामाष्टपिष्टिदिशाने.
Now untwist your spine. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and lean forward and down, placing your navel to the heels and your forehead on the ground, visualizing Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणोचोयि वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयि.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Place the top of the right foot on the mat and sit on the right heel. Stack the left knee over top, hands on opposite knees. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्यधरनीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the right foot outside the hip, sit on the ground. Place both hands on the top knee, engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागी नागरपञ्चदं ऋषिरिं दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Bring the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. The right arm behind your back, holding on to opposite thighs. Twist your spine, gaze up and visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गपरिदर्शनराणे वामहस्तपिष्टिदिशाने.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणोचोयि वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयि.
Rise up, interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee, engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize your Guru in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Pashasana. Place your feet flat, knees against the chest, cross your arms, holding onto opposite knees. Now press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनिउरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निवद्य.
We move on to Bodha Shukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists and place your chin on the knees.
दो पगतलि भूपरितरे कूर्माइलि ऐसे करे कूर्माइलि उकड़बेसे जंगा चाटि अग्रे निवेशे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath the legs and hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पगबरिल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले तहरावे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right foot over the left, toes pointing up, gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिताने दावा पगबरिदचपदाने.
Now extend your legs forward and hold on to opposite. Interlock your fingers and raise your arms up above your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यत् अलगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes of the front foot. Now bring your head towards the knees and Breathe in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril, exhale through the other. Cleanse Ida and Pingala Nadi. As you visualize Swamiji in Arambhasana.
ધોવું પગ મિલાવા પસારી પગ અંગૂઠ પકડી લીલાટ ગોળ લગાવે.
Now separate your feet and slightly raise your heels off the ground. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of the feet from the outside as you lean forward and down. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Bidukasana.
પ્રથમ બેસી ધોવું પાવા પસારી કચકો કુકુરડો ધારે.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now join the soles of the feet. Keep the feet extended away from the body. Bring your hands underneath the shins with the palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and place your face on your feet as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ધોવું એડી મૈડીકી દીજે હાથ પસારી.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. As you visualize the prana is flowing through various points of your body, the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the top of the forehead, the center of the eyebrows, and the crown of the head. These are the 9 points revealed by Mahadeva. Visualize the prana flowing upwards and visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवस्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with your legs still behind your neck. Hold on to the foot with the opposite hand as you extend the opposite leg forward and visualize yourself being infinite, unending, endless, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in this asana.
उत्तानसहित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Durushasana. Now lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest and encircle your legs with your hands interlocked. Rock your body from side to side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, still focusing on the prana flowing upwards in Pratyahara Pranayama.
उत्तानशयनं जानुने हृदयेव स्तम्भ.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवस्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back, hold onto the foot behind your neck with the opposite hand as you visualize yourself being unending, Ananta. Gaze to your nose.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll to the side, gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानसहित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lay on your back and one by one lift your legs up behind your neck. If you cannot do so, you can cross them in front of your body, pull them close to your chest. Then try to interlock your fingers behind your back, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां वृषबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atma Ramasana. Now bend your elbows up and interlock your fingers around your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूदो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back and extend your arms out to the side. Pull the knees up against your chest and extend the legs so the soles are facing up towards the sky. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोऊ हाथ चीदा सा करे तिनसो उबली सा पा करे.
We move on to Jatara Parivriti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We're going to perform all 3 steps on one side first and then repeat them on the other side. Throughout this asana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Now, let us first enter a neutral position. Extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest. Then drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Next, bend both knees to the side. Extend both your legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet. Now, return to the center position. Drop the other knee to the side, extend the leg down. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend your legs to the side, hold the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्तिकुक्षिभागे धृता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं शुद्धकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is Dvipadapitam. As you lay down on your back, place your feet flat, raise your knees, and hold onto your ankles as you push your hips up high. Gaze to your nose. Lock the throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Push the air against the throat lock, forcing the Kundalini Shakti up to the higher energy centers of your body as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dvipadapitam.
प्रतिकृतायुतं द्वन्द्वपीडः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now bring your hands over top of the shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet, and then lift your entire body off the mat. Push your hips up high, walk your feet closer towards your hand as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture, and breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka through your nose in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay back down on your back. Pull your knees against your chest, hands on respective shoulders. Then move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवोच्चरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवानीय.
We move on to the Viparita Karani. Lay your hands flat on the mat and then push your hips and your legs upwards. Balance with your arms on the mat, then rotate your legs in a circular motion and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले च शिरो दत्वा केनरे चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतैश्चैष सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Straighten your legs, point the toes upwards as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणे विपरीता क्या सर्वा विद्या विनाशिनी नित्य मध्यातयुक्तस्य जाडरागिन्निवर्धने.
Now drop the toes down on the ground over top of your head. Touch the ground with your toes and interlock your fingers behind your back. Push your hands into the mat, stabilizing your body as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
ग्रीवाखण्डेन भूमिमिष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Now from the same posture, hold onto your feet and lock the throat as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize Paramashiva as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. With your hips above the shoulders, now separate your legs wide to the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्तिकुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now join your feet together above your head, hold onto the ankles, and then roll onto your back, keeping your arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्त्वत्पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रं मे तत्सर्वस्य साधकम्.
We move on to Supta Prasadita Padangushtasana. Laying on your back, extend your legs up vertically and hold on to the big toes of the feet in Pranamudra with index and middle fingers. Then separate your legs wide to the side, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet together above your body. Keep holding onto the big toes and visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे
From Supta Parangushtasana, cross your legs into Padmasana and then lay down flat on your back. Bring your knees to the ground and your hands over top of your head. Hold on to opposite elbows above your head as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनस्तु रोगः
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now, with the hands over top of your head, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm, palms facing up. Keep your legs in Padmasana, the gaze to the nose, and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूदोसोवे भूपरिपाचे
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now, raise your knees and your hips off the ground. Support your lower back with your hands, elbows, bearing the weight of your body, resting on the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
अथ वक्षेत संक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपिनो विद्याभिपण्डितो यथा
Next up is Vrishchikasana. Laying on your back, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee towards your chest. Extend your arms above your head, tuck your chin to the chest and hook your fingers forward as the stinger of a scorpion as you visualize yourself as a scorpion and gaze to your third eye in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयन सूदोषी शकेशिकी सन्धि सुधाके
Now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Pull the knee up, extend your arms up, gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयनो सूदोषी शकेशिकी सन्धि सुधाके
The next asana is Vrishabharakshipasana. As you lay on your back, extend your legs and interlock your fingers around your neck in Parashamudra. Then lift your legs off the mat and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथमशयनो शीशकेशिकी सन्धि सुधाके
We move on to Marutanasana. Now keep your hands flat next to your body and pull one knee towards your ear. Touch the ears with your knees again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रोतानवस्थितिं कृत्वा जानुप्रदये पर्येण कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तानं भवति
The next asana is Vrikasana. Laying on your back, place your feet flat on the ground, the knees raised, then stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति
The next asana is Lutasana. Lay on your back and then kick your legs up over top of your body. Roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, finishing in a prone position in this asana.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरलिङ्ग्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
Now laying on your stomach with your hands at the side of your shoulders. Make a whistling sound like a flute as you contract your lips, inhaling through the lips as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Salatasana.
नित्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् शरतासनं भवति
Now push your body up into a plank position, then jump your feet back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the mat and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जाट्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाटिस्मरो भवेत् अस्तान् त्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards, and the knees bent. Then raise your elbows to shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body. Tilt your head back, move it in all directions as you open up your chest intensely. The next asana is Sadapasana. If you have a rope available, tie your feet with a rope. Then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms close to your body, hands on your thighs, and visualize your Kundalini Devi is rising and coiling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtrasalanasana. Now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground. Step your toes onto your fingers and clench your hands into fists. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशभूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य उष्ट्रावतुष्ट्रासनं भवति.
From the same posture, now hold the toes from the outside in Ashvasana as you walk around on the mat like a horse, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशभूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वावत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with the heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra. Pull your hands down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Tilt your head back all the way. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale deeply in this position as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोटनिरकं भवति.
Next up is Tada Pushpa Putam Karana. Now stand in Arimandi. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side, opening up the respective palms, raising the respective heels. Again and again, visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Stand on the mat and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet towards your hands and stand again. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, extended away, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros as you gaze through your nose.
निजशरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कड़ुवासनं भवति.
We move on to the Uttanotanam. Now, hold on to weights. Sit down on the ground and stand back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Calmly breathe through your nose and Sahaja Kumbhaka.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand on the mat and raise your arms up above your head. Jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
शरं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुन्नयेत्.
Next up is Uchirshakasana. Now hold on to a foot and pull it against your chest with both hands. As you sit down to the ground and stand back up with the other leg, alternating on both sides, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् उच्चीषकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now keep the toes of one foot pointing to the side, raising the opposite knee towards your chest. Encircle the raised leg with the respective arm, hand on the fist. Place the other hand on the inner thigh. We move on to Tandavasana. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Extend your arms and one leg forward. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva and sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot towards the inner right thigh. Keep the heel at the perineum. Hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेति एकपादमुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेद्दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind the calf. Bring the left arm below the right. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठस्य सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the post-up posture. Hold onto the left big toe and extend it out to the side as you rotate on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on the mat and lift one leg behind your neck. Then sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now lift the other knee up and circle it with your hand in a fist. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva and sit down and stand back up on one leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Lift the right foot to the left inner thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेति एकपादमुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेद्दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you bring the right arm below the left. And visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठस्य सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the poster posture on the other side. Visualize yourself as the North Poster as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Sit down and stand back up, visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand relaxed on the mat, heels together, toes pointing outwards, hands slightly extended away from the hips, fingers pointing one by one. Feel the energy flowing through your body. After this intense sequence of asanas, get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence, starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now, squat down and bring your arms in between the legs from the outside, interlocking the fingers in front of your navel. As you visualize a great sage Goraknath, founder of the Nata Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then move the prana freely along with your mind as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम ही उबो होई बाहुरी नीचे पुनि होवे।
Next up is Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your lower back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊरुमध्याधस्थौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्चासनं भवति।
Next up is Asana. Bring the heels of the feet together, close towards your perineum. Interlock your fingers behind your back and gaze to your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पगा की तल्या की माहिली कौर मिलाई पना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे।
The next asana is Varahasana. Now keep the heels together, toes separated. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra behind your head and point the fingers down towards the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Mahavishnu.
पगतल्ली की माहिली कौर मिलाई पना पान उकड़ वैसे।
Next up is Pripitasana. Now hold on to the big toes and raise your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रिपियासनं भवति।
The next asana is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, find balance, and lift your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यां भवनिमष्टभ्य।
Now place your head on the mat. Form a triangle between your hands and your head. Lift the feet off the ground and bring your hips above the shoulders, extending the legs up and then crossing them into Padmasana. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण कपाल आचो होई।
Come to a kneeling posture and sit in between the heels. Keep the heels outside the hips. Hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुडं गुप्तासनं विदुः।
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. Now, set yourself up in front of a wall. Everyone should perform this asana to purify the 7 chakras as you place your hands on the mat and raise your legs up above your body into a handstand. Now, visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground in Vrikshasana 2.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्।
Next up is Shiva Asana. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye.
दो पगा की जोई माहिली गुल्प मिलाई।
Gently lower your body down. Now place your hands on the mat. Step your feet back into a plank position. And lower your body to the mat and push it back up again and again. In Matsyasana 2, visualizing yourself as a fish.
निब्जशयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागाभ्यां मूर्ध्वा कृत्य।
The next asana is Sarapasana 2. As you lay on your stomach with your hands on your hips, lift your head and chest from left to right, visualizing yourself as a snake.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य सम्मील्यन् ऊर्ध्वासनं गन्तव्यं सर्पासनं भवति।
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of your body. Bring your hands into Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, and rest your chin on the hands as you feel Next up is Chaturasana. Now place
नमस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य नुयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
Self as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लघौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next up is Meshasana. Now place your hands on the ground and raise your hips up high into Gajasana position. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Next up is Ajasana. With your hands on the ground, raise your legs up above your body and the next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now come to a kneeling posture and hold onto the big toes, pulling them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the knees, gaze through the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधिपदा की परिहता की काकसी से पनासरा मोड़ी.
Now interlock your fingers in front of your body and move your arms up, down, left, right into all directions, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now repeat the movement behind your back. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body in the Angamottanam.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलिमेर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोः मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्थानं भवति.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sorry for the technical glitch. We are back now. Let us continue with the next asana of the sequence, Garudasana form. Now, from a kneeling position, turn your feet so the toes are pointing to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the ground as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्गोरुभ्यां तरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना जानुपरिकरद्वण्ड गरुडासनमुच्यते
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, knees separated, and hold onto your ankles as you place the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः
Next up is Mandukasana 2. As you cross the feet, sit on the heels, place your hands underneath the knees, and visualize yourself as a frog, pressing your tongue up against the palate of your mouth and engaging Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्पाभ्यां जान्वग्मे सवल्याकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ मण्डूकं पाददोषहृते
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels as you place your hands flat on the ground, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose out, exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu in Narasimhasana.
दोवो पनापानि होय वैसे एडी मिलरुकुड़ा निवेसे.
Next up is Vishalakasana. Now sit on raised heels. Cover your mouth with both hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril. Exhale through your mouth in Vishalaka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दोवो पगांकी एडी जोई गोड़ा पनवाण उपनि होये.
Next up is Makadasana. With the soles of the feet together, point the toes back and sit on the heels. Keep your knees separated. Raise your elbows. Bring your fingers towards your armpits and imitate as if you are a monkey scratching yourself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey and gaze to your third eye.
दोवो पगतरि संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूम बिरिताने.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. Now, bring the soles of the feet together and raise your knees off the mat. Separate them widely. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पनापानि होय बेसे एडी गोडुआ निवेसे गोड़ा उबारा के तीरा आडे वाय वसारे धीरा.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels. Place the knees on the ground separated. And then keep your hands on the ground next to your body. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, as you gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
कञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा शुष्टिरो भवेत् पृष्ठपादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same posture, place your hands on the knees and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries as you make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Gaze to your nose and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
गुल्पौ च वृषणश्चादो विक्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकायशिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Next up is Yogasana. Maintain the same posture. Relax your upper back and neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुडं नियम्य गुल्पाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Now stand on your knees and cross your legs. Bring the feet near the opposite knees and hold onto your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze up and visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru in Vijyogasana.
गोडां वामनो उभो होई गोडा आडे राके दोई दचपादकी पाणी रहावे पनाव वाम गोडा डिगिल्यावे.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. As you stand on your knees, place the feet flat. You hold onto your heels and lean back. Push your hips forward and visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदात्या सम्पिपाद इषुपुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहितासनः.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. Now lean back, place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground as you hold onto your feet. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित हृदये.
Next up is Virathasana. Now lay back all the way, place your back on the ground and raise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
जङ्गाप्रतिभूमौ निधाय जङ्गोर्दयोः ऊर्णि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवं संवारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति.
Next up is Kapotasana. Now lean back, bring your arms over top of your shoulders and your forearms on the ground holding onto your feet as you bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदात्या सम्पिपाद इषुपुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहितासनः.
Next up is Vadasana. Now stand on your knees and hold on to opposite arms. Keep your toes tucked, heels raised, gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashivoham. Internally chant the Mahavakya. This is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वरासनं भवति.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now lean forward and down. Place your perineum on the raised heels and your forearms on the mat, resting your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि आसनानीति कथ्यते कूर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Now interlock your fingers and keep your head on the ground as you raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward, lift your legs above your body and extend them up. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a lob tree and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Now gently lower your legs down, come to a kneeling position with your feet flat. Separate your knees and lean forward and down, placing your head in between the knees. Hold onto your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथम पगदली समत हरावे कोरुमाहिली उबे मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ कर बैसे ओ एडी गुड़ा निवैसे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach and extend your arms up above your head. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, your legs, and your chest off the ground, visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन वेदस्य नटभेरुण्ड नामके घण्टभेरुण्ड सहिते शीशरन्दासनं तथा.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now, place your forehead on the ground and your hands next to your hips. Raise your legs off the ground without lifting your chest as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. With your arms flat, bend your knees and raise your legs above your head. Place the feet flat on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्टासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमिर्ताप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Now come to a kneeling posture. As you move on to Chatakasana, lean forward and down, place your forearms on the ground. Bring your navel towards your knees as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
पूर्परं तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत् चटकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana too. Place your forearms on the ground and raise your hips. Bring your feet over top of your body. Bend the knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet. Visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana too.
यश्चैव पुश्च प्रतिमां पार्श्वे धृत्वा श्वशीरे चुबकं विदारकौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Sit down on the right heel and keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Keep your hands on the ground in front of your knees. Visualize yourself as a bull and forcefully inhale through your nose. Hold your breath for a short while and then again exhale through your nose in Andaranga Kumbhaka in Vrishasana.
याम्य गुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं सुपृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. Now, push your hands into the mat and lift your legs off the ground. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right and visualize Swamiji in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Sit on the left heel with the right foot outside the hip, visualizing yourself as a bull.
याम्य गुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now, tuck the toes of the left foot, sit on the left heel with the right foot flat in front of your body. Knee raised against your chest. Keep your hands on respective knees and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण जलविकार जायी.
Next up is Grahasana. Now rise up And squat down. Bring your arms in and around the legs, holding onto your ankles as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ग्रहासनं भवति.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel with the left foot against the chest, hands on the knees, visualizing Balagunahai.
आसन कौगुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Step both feet in, sit on raised heels. Keep your hands on the knees as you hold on to weights to intensify this asana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास् पिजोस् येता ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पादतलोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. Join the soles of the feet and separate your knees to hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पनापाणि होय जैसे दो एडी गुड़ा निवेशे गोड़ा उबा राकेतीय आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands on the ground and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight and squat down. As you gaze to your nose, visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूम परिताने कहनी जाड़िना भी लगाने.
The next asana is Padukasana. Now stand up and lean forward and down. Place the back of your hands on the mat and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Kukkutoddanasana. Now place your hands on the ground and kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वम् उड्डाणं कृत्वा.
The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the ground and raise your legs up into a handstand. Then move around on two hands, dancing, as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one hand to the mat. Keep your arms straight, the other hand on the respective ear. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरकरः.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way, hold on to your ankles, and lift your feet off the ground. Balance on your heels as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्ष्णेभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पाधृता तिष्ठेत् काडम्ब भवति.
We move on to Pavana Muktasana. Now sit on the ground and keep the feet flat, knees raised against your chest, arms crossed in front, holding onto opposite knees as you visualize any excess vata being released or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्थनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः.
Next up is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and extend the opposite leg forward. Keep your hands at the side for balance and then lift your entire body off the mat. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Extend the right leg and pull the left foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ टु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
We move on to Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left foot over top of the respective shoulder, hook the right foot over the left foot and extend your legs out to the side. Lean forward, lift your body off the ground and balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Bring the left shoulder underneath the raised left knee. As you press the right knee to the mat, gaze up and visualize that you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Next up is Parashvamatsindasana. Now bring the right foot outside of the left hip. Step the left foot over top of the right knee. Bring the right elbow outside the left knee, the hand below. Interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Parashvamatsindasana.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठद्धरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डलुक्मण्डनकन्द्रास्तम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थितत्वं हृदयादिपुंसाम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. And lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पाद पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2. Now pull the right foot towards your ear. Pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the right leg over the shoulder. Hook the left foot over top and extend the legs out to the side as you balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh, the right foot flat, right knee raised, your shoulder underneath the right raised knee. Gaze up and visualize that you are immortal and able to exist solely for prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Now repeat Parashvamatsindasana. Now bring the left foot to the right hip. Step the right foot over the left knee. Twist your body around and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindana.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डलुक्मण्डनकण्डनास्तम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थितत्वं हृदयादिपुंसाम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel to the perineum and extend the other leg forward. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot with both hands. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Freely move the prana within your system as you gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra, not focusing on anything external, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना शिवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kraunchasana. Now bring the left foot outside of the hip with the top of the left foot on the ground. Hold on to the right foot and extend it up in front of your face. Keep the knees straight and visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against your perineum. Lean forward and down and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना शिवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kraunchasana, the crane posture on the other side. Bring the right foot outside the hip and lift the left foot in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane.
वाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Svastikasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose, and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले युगे ऋजुकाय समासीनं स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Maintain the same posture, but cover your heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानव्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्पौ चाचाते हस्ताभ्याम् उत्थानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath and then close your mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra.
वामपार्श्वगुणं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामजगणे.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now, place your feet onto opposite knees. Keep your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji as you start breathing in Kaka Chantra Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow and inhale through the mouth, exhale through your nostrils.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनो आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोदानं करयुग्मकम्.
Next up is Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now rotate your hands at the side of your body. Place them on the mat and lift your body up with your legs in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. Maintain your legs in Padmasana. Place your hands on the mat and stay seated on the ground. Don't lift your body up. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो व गोड़ा संधिधीरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. With your hands flat on the mat, now lift your body up. Pull your knees up towards your shoulders and balance as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं ऊरुनीत्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now, with your legs in Padmasana, raise your hips and bring your arms in between the legs. Interlock the fingers in Parasha Mudra. Behind your back, place your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोड़ा संधि माही करे दे रे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. With your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and bring your arms in between the thighs and calves. Then bend your elbows and hold on to the respective shoulders as you visualize yourself as a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बामी जंग परि दक्षिण भाव दाहिनी जंग परि बामिल्यावा.
Maintain this posture, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षेत्रं सूक्ष्मवायुन् शैवनात्.
Next up is Uttana Kurmasana. Now roll onto your back. With your legs in Padmasana, the hands in between the legs, holding onto the shoulders, gaze to the nose and the body a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्तं कराभ्यां धृतकण्डरम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukkutasana. With your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. Place one hand on the ground and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up on one arm, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमयबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other hand on the mat and lift your body off the ground, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमयबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridasana. In Padmasana, place your elbows on your toes, interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra and rest your chin on the fingers as you press your thumbs against your throat. Now visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
The next asana is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand on top of the other, palms facing up in your lap as you engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवक्षिस्थिरौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धयेत् शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep the left hand on the left knee, hook the right hand around the big toe, move it around, As you visualize yourself as Pinaka, then hold on to the other big toe and repeat the movement in Karmukasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य योगपूरकरक्षणात्
Now sit in Padmasana and cross your arms behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as Pinaka in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तद वायुर्याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Now raise your chest, gaze up, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरिस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिण दक्षके.
Next up is Nagrasana. Now roll onto your back with your arms crossed, legs in Padmasana. Keep holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a snake, and breathe calmly through your nose.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोंताणे द्वौ हातपाचाणे आम्ने.
Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees towards your chest. And interlock your fingers around the legs. Squeeze your body into a ball. Bring your chin to the knees in Kandukasana.
वेचरासनस्थित्वा अष्टपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Now place your feet flat, knees raised, hands interlocked around your neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथम सूर्यो सैन करावे घोड़ा उबारा से मिलावे.
Next up is Manakadapītāsana. Now bring your hands underneath the heels, push your hips up, lock your throat, and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Shikipitakasana. Bring your hands to the lower back. And extend your legs out straight. Keep your hips raised, your entire body weight resting on your elbows. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka.
जङ्घोरुबलनि हस्ते उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तप्रकुर्वीत भुक्ते प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
The next asana is Narakasana. Raise your legs up, point your toes towards the sky. Then place your arms flat on the ground and balance, visualizing yourself blissfully traversing through Narakaloka unscathed.
ग्रीवागण्डेन भूमिं विष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्तरयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Support your body as you lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely. Visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryan Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन् नौकासनं भवति.
Now place your arms back on the ground. Straighten your legs up. Point your toes towards the sky. Be stable and sturdy as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana, the flag posture.
तिर्या नौकावत् ग्रीव पृष्ठकूर्पैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing up. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra from the Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra, piercing the Brahmarandha, the center of the crown of your head. Intensely push the Kundalini Shakti up. Now completely unclutch from all the internal and external movements. Visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Mritasana as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ शवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. and rock it from side to side as you slowly return to comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Thank you all so much for joining and participating as we all get ready to enter the next session, which is going to be the power manifestation. After awakening the Kundalini Shakti, let us all now manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So, after having some water, come straight back to the Zoom and manifest the Shaktis. With this, let us conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Requesting all the participants to please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, hands together in Atmanjali Mudra. let us invoke Bhagavan's presence and seek his blessings on our journey of realizing Paramashivatva. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Kagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, welcoming all to today's session in Paramashivoham Level 1. Yesterday, we got introduced to the science of Shaktis. Shaktis, the very life energy inside us, the God particle inside us, which is all embedded in our biomemory. As we are unaware, it is kept so secret that it is a secret to us also, right? We understood all of these concepts in yesterday's session. So let us unlock all those powers inside us. The very first session today is about introducing you to your four inner powers, the four tattvas, as we know it, the teachings directly from KAILASA, from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Welcoming all of you to this session. Listen, the very first truth is that you can do it. You actually have the power to simply manifest the reality of your choice. You have the potential for self-transformation that will enrich every aspect of your life, bringing you everything from health to wealth to meaningful relationships to lasting happiness. You are all under a kalpataru. Whatever it is that you want to manifest in your life, the reality of your choice is actually possible for you. You have that potential for self-transformation to enrich every single aspect of your life, whatever it is, health, wealth, good relationships, lasting happiness, and enlightenment itself, says Bhagavan. Inside each of you is an enormous potential energy known as the Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini is nothing but your own latent inner potential energy, which you have never used and which you may not even know about. Kundalini expresses through you in four different streams known as the four inner powers. All these inner powers are the different expressions of the Kundalini energy in your life. The key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking the four inner powers that are continuously available to you. Can I have an acknowledgement from the team? Are you all with us? Let me have a thumbs up. Please come in front of the camera and let us make it an interactive session. Chayansh, Wong Lee, Kim Lee, Manitya Gnana. Yes. Thank you so much, Chayansh. Yeah. So did you go back and receive the darshan, the initiation into listening? yesterday? Chayansh Verma, I'm asking you. You did. Okay, good. Thank you. So, inside each one of us is the Kundalini Shakti, which, when awakened, can manifest any reality of your choice in your life. The Kundalini expresses through these four inner powers, and the key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking the four inner powers that are continuously available to you. Though you use these powers every day in your life, you don't use them consciously with a clear intention. Bhagavan says, please understand, all these powers are great energies, just like electricity or wind power. If you handle them properly, they can shower you with everything that you want. But if you do not handle them properly, they will continue to impact your life in negative ways. Understand, electricity and wind power are great energies. You should know how to channelize them and utilize them properly. If you don't do that, you know, it can be fatal for yourself. Similarly, these powers which are lying inside you, when you do not use them consciously with a clear intention, you do not use them properly, they will continue to impact your life in negative ways. So, what is the key to create the right space inside you to express your greatest and highest possibility? When you create the right space inside you, all the events of your choice will simply flow into your life without any effort. The universe functions on the law of attraction. The space inside you that you create will be attracting the happenings of your life. When the space inside you is complete with the highest positivity and the highest possibility, you will see whatever that is you want in your life, you will manifest without much effort. Everything that you do will be successful when you learn to use these powers in the right way. You will immediately transform not only your own life, but also the lives of all those who are living around you. So there's enough curiosity created in all of us. We all want this for ourselves, right? Yeah? So let us see, what are those four powers? To be able to unlock these great powers inside you, you must first understand a little more about yourself. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you have four giant powers sitting inside you. They are related to the four major dimensions of your life. What are they? Your words, your thinking, your emotions, and your living. Okay? The four major dimensions of your life: your thoughts, your words, your emotions, and your living. When you awaken your peak possibility in each of these dimensions, it becomes a great power and support in your life. Please internalize. We are now just on the edge of getting into understanding what these four powers are. It is related to these four aspects of your life. If you look in, everything about your life boils down to your thoughts, your words, your emotions, and how you live your life, isn't it? So if you can tap into the peak possibility in each of these dimensions, awaken those dimensions in you, it becomes a great power and support in your life. As you can see below, your four inner powers are the power of words, also known as Vak Shakti in Sanskrit, the power of thoughts, Mano Shakti, the power of feeling, Prema Shakti, and the power of living, also called as the Atma Shakti. I repeat, meet your four inner powers, Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti, Prema Shakti, and Atma Shakti. When you unlock the power of words, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and the most effective words towards yourself and others. When you unlock the four powers, what happens is, with the power of words unlocked inside you, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and the most effective words towards yourself and others. Imagine there will be no place for unwanted, nonsensical words, no negative, powerless words that you will give to yourself or to others. There will be no time for any kind of gossip, which is never going to lead you anywhere. When you unlock the power of words, you'll just be using the right words, the most effective words, to cause your own reality and cause others' reality. Every word will come out with so much of awareness and with conscious involvement. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in your job, relationships, education, finances, and ultimately life itself. The power of feeling teaches you how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. When the power of feeling is awakened in you, you will become a natural leader, an empowered person where you'll only launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. The Ishwaratva in you will get awakened. You are truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. Bhagavan says, life is for others. As long as we are stuck with the small I, mine all the time, irrespective of what you accomplish, so-called, in life, you will still feel that suffocation inside you. At the end of the day, I and me, when you're caught in that zone, there is so much of suffocation, suffering, and a stink in your very existence. It is only when you start seeing beyond yourself, when that is the time when the power of living is what you are truly enjoying. The greatest rewards will actually start coming to your life. The power of words will be available to you when you practice integrity. So we're looking at what are the keys to these four powers, the four tattvas. The power of words, the key to that is you practicing integrity. The power of thinking will be open to you when you practice authenticity. the power of feeling will be possible when you practice responsibility, and you will have the access to power of living the moment you decide to enrich others. So, the four tattvas, the four cosmic principles are integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. The whole universe functions on this spindle of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. We, the Pindanda, the microcosm, and the universe, the Brahmanda, the macrocosm. The microcosm is obviously a part, a hologram of the macrocosm. It is but natural that all of these powers are embedded in each one of us. We may not be consciously aware of the same, but when the awareness happens and you are introduced to these four cosmic principles, you now know how to make these cosmic principles as a part of your own life, so that you will awaken the power of words, thinking, feeling, and living. All right. So we just got introduced to the four powers. We'll continue. To understand more about these powers. The four tattvas. The unlocking power of words happen when you start living integrity. What is integrity? One says, your words are your life. Why is it so important to honor your words? Whether you realize it or not, your life is built on your words and your commitments. The words you give to yourself and others form the structure on which your life building itself is built. Words are very important. Why? Bhagavan says, your life is built on the words and commitments that you give to yourself and others, and it forms the structure on which your life itself is built. If your life can be compared to a building, the words that you give to yourself and others is like the foundation of this building. We always say, if the building has to be strong, the foundation has to be strong, isn't it? If the foundation is not strong enough, the building will collapse very soon. So, if you do not take care to honor the words that you give to yourself and others, the foundation on which you're building your life is going to be so weak that your life is going to collapse. It has to be free from dust and rust, which means that it has to be free from unconscious patterns. The unconscious words that you give to yourself and others is the dust and rust on your building. The building built upon a rusty, dusty structure cannot last long. It has to be made of pure, authentic, strong steel. In the same way, your life is built on the words and commitments that you give to yourself and to others, and it has to be without any unconsciousness or unawareness. Please take a moment to internalize these truths. and cognize them. It has to click with your very being. Like I said yesterday, every word delivered by the incarnation, the avatar, carries with it the energy to transform you, as long as you're sitting in that receptive space, in the space of listening. The words and commitments that you give to yourself and to others cannot be with unconsciousness or unawareness. The strength of your life is based on the words that you give to yourself and to others. If your words are conscious, your life will be conscious. If your words are unconscious, your life will also be unconscious. And that is why integrity forms the basis for your life. Integrity is part of your very life energy. It is the energy on which you and the whole cosmos runs. Integrity. Bhagavan defines integrity as you fulfilling the words and thoughts you give to yourself and to others, and thereby experience a state of completion with yourself and with life. I repeat, integrity is you fulfilling the words and commitments, thoughts that you give to yourself and to others, thereby experiencing a state of completion, what we know as Purnatva, with yourself and with life. Integrity is not just about the big commitments that we make in our life. It could be as simple as telling yourself, I'm going to wake up early every morning and practice yoga. Or you telling a friend, let's meet up at 5 p.m. No matter what the word you have given to yourself or to others, honoring it as if it is your life is real integrity. Internalize this truth and see how often in our life we have not honored the words and thoughts that we have given to ourselves and to others. At least society teaches us that, you should honor the words that you give to other people. But it never teaches us that you have to honor the thoughts and words that you give to yourself. At least there is a moral police standing outside to tell you, hey, you told you come and meet me, but you never came, kind of stuff. But we never have understood that we have to honor the words that we give ourselves also. Right? So, Swamiji says, when you have given a word, you have to honor it as your life depends upon it. That is real integrity. Many times, you do not even remember the commitments that you make to yourself or to others because you use your words so unconsciously without even thinking. You do not realize the impact that it can have on others. Whenever you make a commitment and don't keep it up, it will leave a hangover in you or in the other person, which can destroy your self-confidence and the other person's confidence in you. Understand, all your unkept words create a hangover. The words arise from you. They are connected to your very breath. And it always wants to experience a fulfillment. When that fails to happen, you will be broken inside. And that will continuously remain as a hangover till the point of time that it is fulfilled. Unfortunately, what happens when you give a word to yourself and you don't honor it, the next time when you tell, I'm going to do this, you know what? That broken part, that incomplete part inside you is going to come up and show its hand to your face as if I don't know you. How many times you have told this? I'm sure you're never going to make it happen. And obviously, you'll never make it happen because any simple word, like Swamiji says, the simplest to the most big commitments that we make to ourselves, doesn't matter how big or how small it is, when you do not honor, you are out of integrity, the incomplete part will always come up and mock at you. You understand, when that happens, the next time you want to make a commitment, when you want to give a word to yourself, you yourself will not have the confidence that you can pull it off. Similarly, when you have not honored the words that you have given to others, when you say, you know what, I'll do this for you, that person doesn't have any confidence because he knows that you don't keep up your word. It's a big loss, isn't it? Losing our own self-confidence and other people's confidence in us. When you utter unconscious words in your relationships or in your business or anywhere in your life, you will be unaware of what consequences it is going to have in your life. You'll be paying a very costly price. When you are unaware of the consequences of your words, life will always bring shocks to you. If life is continuously bringing shocks to you, understand that you are not living in integrity. Anything that is coming up as a shock, just know that you are not living life in integrity, says Bhagavan. Integrity gives power to your words. Integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. It has two dimensions. One, honoring the words that you give to yourself. Second is honoring the words that you give to others. Now, who is the first person to hear the words you utter? It is you. So, start using the right words with you. When you honor the words that you give to yourself, your confidence in yourself grows and your self-doubt will melt away. You will become powerful. When you honor the words that you give to others, others' confidence in you grows and your relationship with that person becomes powerful. Are these truths clicking for all of us? Yes. Thank you, Chayansh. What about the others? Nithyananda, Wong Lee, Kimli Choi, Atma Jyotikananda. Thank you, Ma. Guru Prasadini. Yes. Let's continue. Using words consciously with awareness will help you understand the impact of your words on yourself and others. Use the right words and you can see it can immediately change the way you think and you feel about yourself. You will even notice a change in your body's response to a situation when you handle it with the right words. Right words keep your inner space conflict-free and peaceful, visibly improving your health and longevity. Just look at the impact on your life when you start living integrity. Your confidence levels will improve. Your body, the way it responds to a situation, will change. You will have a very powerful inner space that is conflict free and peaceful. You will have visible changes in your health and you will also live long, says Bhagavan. By creating and expressing the right words to yourself and others, you can actually shape your reality as you choose. When you start living integrity, every word that you talk will become real. Start working with these truths. Swamiji says, you don't have to believe. At the same time, don't sit here with a doubt in your head. Big deal, as if this is going to work. Don't do both. Just have the courage to experiment with these truths. Let's take it on. Can I have an acknowledgement for the next week or so? Honor every word that you give to yourself and you give to others as if it is your life. Start living integrity. Literally, the power of Vak Shakti will get awakened in you. Whatever you speak will become the truth. Are you excited to work with this truth? Yes? Good. You can actually shape your reality as you choose it to be. The words that you utter are you. You can create your reality with the power of words awakened in you. You become the words you speak to yourself and to others. If you go on saying, I am sick, you simply will become sick. In the same way, if you constantly tell yourself, I am healthy, your energy will wake up and you will become very healthy. The cosmic energy awakens in your system and makes your declaration as reality. It is very important to choose the right words because you can create your reality with the power of your words. Remember, the words that you utter are you. So, choose your words consciously with awareness. Start living integrity and see life is no longer logical, it becomes magical. When you can actually start creating the reality of your choice with the power of your Vak Shakti. Once, a small town was visited by a saint. A small story, basically, to tell you the power of words. As the saint passed by a small hut, a woman came to him and begged him to pray for her dying child. Since the saint was new to the town, a crowd gathered around him, curious to see if he could really do anything about it. The woman brought the sick child out to him and he said a prayer over her. One guy who was standing there starts shouting, do you really think your prayer will help the child when even medicine has failed? After all, they are just some words, yelled a man from the crowd. The saint turned and started shouting at the man, you idiot! You don't know what I am doing, you just shut up. The moment the saint said this, the man became furious. His face grew red and hot. How dare you insult me? He shouted at the saint. The saint smiled at him calmly and said, if one word has the power to make you so angry, may not another word have the power to heal this child? A very sweet, simple story to illustrate the power of words. That is the power of words. Now, let us now bring integrity to your words. How? Let's start listening. Understand? Listening brings integrity to your words. When was the last time you really listened to your own words? Bhagavan says, we never ever really listen either to ourselves or to others. When you really start listening to yourself, you will naturally become more aware of the words that you give to yourself and others. You will also have the ability to listen to others' words with integrity. Listening is directly connected to your ability to handle reality as it is without creating your own unconscious ideas and conclusions. I repeat, listening is directly connected to your ability to handle reality as it is without creating your own unconscious ideas and conclusions. When you don't have listening, you always come to a conclusion even before the information is cognized in you. And that is why the very first step of Hindu spiritual practice is Shravana. Shravana, integrated listening. What happens if I cannot keep a word? Comes the question. If you do your very best to keep a commitment, but you still find that you cannot keep it, you can complete with yourself and the other person by telling them in advance that you cannot keep up the commitment. The example, like how you said, you told your friend, let's meet up at 5 o'clock. 5 p.m. in the evening. Suddenly something comes your way, you get held up in the office or something else comes your way and you're not able to be there at 5. 5 means 5, not even 5:10. Okay. What you need to do is do your best to be there at 5. For some reason, when you reach there at 5, you have fulfilled that word. For some reason, when you're not able to be there at 5 o'clock, you're going to call up your friend beforehand and tell him, you know what? I told you I will be there at 5, but this has come up, so I will not be able to make it. And you recommit and you tell him if it is possible for you to meet up later during the day and your friend is okay about it, you can shift the time for the same day, or you will say, let's meet another day at this time. And when you make that commitment, you should literally do everything possible under your will that you will live that word. So once you complete, you move on without pain or guilt or any other hangover of that commitment. Either fulfill or complete. Understand, completion is also integrity. When you fulfill, yes, it is integrity. For some reason, when you're not able to fulfill, but you complete for it beforehand, even then you are being integrated. Integrity means aligning the words you utter in both your inner and outer space towards completion, towards Purnatva. When you are in the space of integrity, the power of words opens up in you. So when we say complete, completion, what is completion? It is a technique for conflict-free living. Completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past incidents, words, actions, or memories. I repeat, completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past incidents, words, or actions, or memories. Not having a hangover does not mean that you will not remember your past at all. When you are in completion, you will remember past incidents and actions, but they will no longer have the power to cause any pain, anger, or guilt in you anymore. That emotional hangover of the past will not be sitting in your present moment when you complete with that incident, whichever it is. All the negative, powerless emotions that are generally related to the happenings of the past, like anger, guilt, pain, all of that will not be there. You will only remember that happening, that incident, in terms of the words or the actions, but minus all the emotional baggage. That is when you are complete about it. Integrity is a beautiful way to ensure that you do not create incompletion in yourself and others through your words. Are all of you getting the understandings right? Can I have an acknowledgement, please? Atma Jyotikananda, Kimli, Gnana, Wongli, Chayansh. Okay. Okay. Chayansh Varma has messaged, one problem which occurs while living with integrity is that mind which wants immediate sensory pleasure knows that if you make decision, you need to proceed it with integrity through tapasya. So it refuses to take decisions and tends to escape. Yes, let's start living it. When you enjoy the huge benefits of living integrity, your mind will be silenced, Chayansh. What you said is true for a seeker in the very beginning, or a common man will always feel, it is too tough. Why go through it? It's a big effort, a tapasya, as you rightly put it. But only when you start living these truths and these powers, these shaktis get awakened in you, then you will understand, it's such a small thing that I'm doing, and what is it that I'm getting in my life? You will be amazed with the shower of the miracles in your life. So start doing it, start living it. Like I said, you don't need to believe. At the same time, don't doubt. Just have the courage and the faith to experiment with these truths. When we say faith, it is just saying, hey, let me check it out. Let me work with it. And once you start working and you experience the benefits of it, there is no way you'll go back from that space. Okay? I'm glad you brought that topic up. Yes. So let us now get into the technique for completion. There are two techniques. A technique for continuous completion. Anything from the past that hinders you from participating in life as it happens is incompletion. So completion starts by remembering, reliving, and relieving yourself of those incidents from your past which caused suffering in you. Completion is the only method where you can alter your past. So, this is a very powerful technique that has been given by Mahadeva himself. Okay? I will lead you into the understanding in a stepwise process. Identify any one happening of the past which you can remember which caused a certain conflict in you. Okay? Like, for instance, you were in school and the teacher asked a question. In your enthusiasm and excitement as a 5-year-old child, you put up your hand and you answered the question. Sadly, the answer was wrong. The whole class started laughing at you. When everybody starts laughing at you, you felt belittled. You just gave some words to yourself. I'm a failure. I'm not good enough. All right. And you started crying because everybody is laughing at you. This is a conflict situation of your life. Understand? I'm just giving you an example. Like this, I'm sure for all of us, there have been situations. Chayansh didn't follow. Can you let me know which slide you're talking about? The last one. Okay. We'll come back to that. Let me continue for the benefit of all the other participants, and we'll come back to that. Bhagavan is giving us this very powerful technique for completion. You can just identify any one such conflicting situation from your past which has become a hangover in you. Like this example that I was giving. If you were that child who made a mistake in front of everybody, all your classmates in school, the words that you gave yourself, until and unless you complete with those words that I am a failure, I am not good enough, I always make mistakes, that incomplete child is going to be inside alive in you even when you become 25 or 30, and there is a certain situation in your life where you have to stand up and answer in front of a crowd. That child is going to tell you, hey, no, you are not good enough. You always make mistakes. Don't make a fool of yourself in the public. So sit down. Are you all able to connect to this example? Right? Okay. So what is the technique to complete with that? The instructions are: sit with yourself in a room, lock the door so that nobody disturbs you. Be seated comfortably in front of a mirror. The mirror should be large enough for you to see your entire reflection. Maintain a deep eye-to-eye contact between your body and your reflection. The moment you have a deep eye-to-eye contact, the first thing you will have is tears. Allow it. In the initial stages, when you start doing it, your eyes will go all over. It will start looking at that one small pimple that is coming up. Or you may say, oh, it's time to go and get my eyebrows done. All this wandering will happen for some time. Okay, allow that. Then come into the space where you make a deep eye-to-eye contact between your body and the reflection that you're seeing in the mirror. Your eyes are the seat of consciousness. When you actually make that contact, the first thing that happens is that you will have tears. Allow it. Keep sitting in front of the mirror and talk. Just pour out whatever you want to tell yourself. It is a very, very powerful technique given by Bhagavan. You need to practice it to know the benefits of it. Sorry. Spend time with you. Understand, you are the most important person in your life and you never make time for yourself. Sit there, talk, and talk. Now, try to identify the earliest memory that created this incomplete understanding in you, which is forming the root pattern of your suffering. Go back to the first few situations in your life when you experienced conflict. Typically, this situation would have happened between the 3rd to the 5th year of your life. Bhagavan says, anything that has become a root pattern inside you, the incident would have happened in this period of your life, between your 3rd year and your 5th year. Go back to the earliest memory that you can get to. Anything that is a memory inside you will always have some pain and suffering to it. There will always be some incompletion to it. The most blissful moments of your life, there was so much of completion, you will not even remember. So go back. When you sit with yourself, initially you may just go back to, yesterday this happened, 1 week back this happened. Don't hold on to these conflicting memories. Go back all the way to the very first memory that you can remember. When tears come, allow that to happen. If anger comes, let it come. When you stand face to face with your past, the pain disappears and the anger disappears. When the anger disappears, understand, it turns into love. Energy can never be destroyed. Anger is intense energy. The anger energy can only be transformed. The anger can be transformed into love. Please understand, when the energy expresses as anger, if the emotion of anger is removed from the energy, it just completely turns into love. Completion will not happen if you just work on that root pattern. Every incident which stems from the root pattern must also be completed. Please understand, you need to go back to the very earliest memory you have had in your childhood and complete this memory, and then complete each and every pattern that you have had till today. We're giving you the basic understandings. Through the session, you will be led through the very experience itself. So please hold on and internalize all these truths. So that was the first technique of continuous completion. We looked at how you go back to the very first memory, identify the root pattern, and then complete for all the other incompletions that have stemmed out from that root pattern. All the incidents have to be completed. That is the technique for continuous completion. The second technique is technique for spontaneous completion. Completion does not mean blindly accepting everything that happens in your life. It simply means not resisting life as it happens to us. The root of all our incompletions is the idea that we carry, life should not be this way. Please internalize, this is a very, very powerful truth. If it clicks with you, You will be complete. Every moment, spontaneous completion will happen. It is not about accepting everything that happens in your life blindly. It simply means not resisting life as it happens to us. Bhagavan says, the root of all our incompletions is the idea that we carry that life should not be this way. And that is why we spend our whole life asking, why, why, why? Why is life so bad? Why did this happen to me? Why do bad things happen to good people? All of these questions stem from that one understanding, that idea that we carry, that life should not be this way. Spontaneous completion or instant completion means simply dropping the wrong understanding, that is, creating conflict for you in a particular situation. And the good news is that it is possible. Spontaneous completion is simply dropping the wrong understanding, that is, creating the conflict for you in a particular situation. Next time that you face a crisis or a conflict in life, don't ask the question, why is life this way? Bhagavan says, instead, decide, this is life. So now what? What next? Drop the resistance to the happening and say, okay, this is life. So now what? Do I want to accept it and move on? Do I want to reject it and move on? Or do I change it the way I want? Whatever decision that you make out of this cognition will be right for you. When you act out of completion, you are empowered to resolve any conflict that happens inside you or outside you. This is a very empowering truth and technique. I want you all to internalize this. So I go back on the slide and I repeat. Whenever you face a particular crisis or conflict, please don't ask the question, why? Why did this happen to me? You know why? The moment you ask the question, why did this happen to me? Your mind will only come out with powerless cognitions and understandings. Because, I must have done a lot of bad karma in my past. So I'm getting punished for it now. Will be one of the answers. Or the answer will be in the form of, life has always been very unfair to me. I am very unlucky. These kind of powerless understandings will be thrown at you by your mind, which is the source of all conflict. When you ask the question, why is this happening to me? Instead, ask, this is life. So now what? Do I want to accept it and move on? Do I want to reject it and move on? Or do I change it the way I want? Ask these questions. When you ask these questions, from that complete space, whatever decision that you make out of this cognition will always be right for you. You will be empowered to resolve any conflict that happens inside you or outside you. When you are in the space of completion, you will be given the intelligence and the energy to resolve the conflict. Relive painful memories again and again during the process of completion. One very beautiful thing that will happen is they will lose their power over you you regain the ability to live spontaneously and stress-free. You start living in integrity, fully harnessing the power of words, and you become a single, unified, integrated being. Your inner space, body, and mind will come under your control. This is what happens when you do completion. All the powerless cognitions that got generated in you, the words that you gave yourself and started believing, this is the way it is. Life has always been unfair to me. I'm the unlucky one. I am bound to suffer. I never get what I want. I'm never loved. I'm never cared for. All these kind of powerless cognitions that have happened from the past incidents, which have continued to remain as a hangover in you and repeatedly, generated the same kind of incident so that, they become firmly established and take root in you. And you'll start perceiving life only through that lens. All of that will lose power over you. You will regain the ability to live life with spontaneity and stress-free. You will start living integrity, fully harnessing the power of words, and for the very first time, you will become a single, unified being. Your mind, your body, your inner space, all of that will come under your control. Take responsibility for your words. Taking responsibility for your words is practicing dharma. It is right living. In the Hindu epic Mahabharata, it is said, "Do not do unto others that which would cause you pain if it is done to you." This is dharma. A very beautiful definition. Do not do unto others that which would cause you pain if the same action or the same words are expressed to you. That is dharma. Whenever you use words, remember dharma and ask, will these words cause pain to me or to the other person? Always be aware of the power and the impact of the words that you utter to yourself and to others. Uttering the right words and feeling responsible for fulfilling them unlocks the power of words in you. Take responsibility for your words. Utter the right words. When you do both, the power of Vak Shakti will get awakened in you. So that was about integrity. Anybody here with questions, clarifications needed, can put up your questions here in the chat box before I move on to the next tattva, which is authenticity. Any questions? With respect to completion itself, I'm sure we'll be having more sessions where you will be doing the practice of completion. Okay. I don't see any messages on the chat box, so I will continue with the next power, the tattva. Thank you, which is authenticity or Shraddha. We spoke about the cosmic principle of integrity. Now we move on to authenticity. Authenticity means living at your peak. A simple definition. Living at your peak is authenticity. Whatever you believe as you, what you project as yourself to others, how you fulfill others' expectations about you, and how you experience life for yourself. Living at your peak in every dimension of yourself is authenticity. See, we all have 4 images. One is the inner image, which is what I believe truly inside me about me, is my inner image. Okay? What I project as me to you is the outer image. Then there is a third image, which is whatever I believe about myself or what as I show as myself to you, you yourself will have a certain image about me. That is others' image. And there is a life image, how I experience life for myself. In these 4 zones, inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. When you are living at your peak in each of these dimensions, you are living authenticity, says Bhagavan. Authenticity in action is union with divine. Understand, there is a difference between honesty and authenticity. Honesty is a good quality socially. When you are honest, you are morally, socially good. Authenticity is a spiritual quality, says Bhagavan. Honesty is only the first step, the initial step. Authenticity means living the spiritual truths authentically. Yogaha karmasu kaushalam. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, the 50th verse says, Yogaha karmasu kaushalam. Authenticity in your actions is yoga. Continuously expanding your outer image and inner image and fulfilling others' image is authenticity. Taking responsibility even for what others believe you to be for them is authenticity. Let me explain this with an example. The outer image. Now, in the session, for all of us, my inner image, my outer image, when we talk on these terms, the inner image here is I, in this moment, I'm sitting here as an acharya who is being a conduit to deliver all these spiritual truths that Bhagavan has given for humanity. All right. I have to do this job to my best possibility. That is only my authenticity of my inner image in this moment. How I show myself to you is the outer image, which is of the Acharya. Isn't it? Even in that aspect, in this moment, there should not be anything that is lacking. When I'm presenting myself here as an Acharya to you, I should be in that space of listening also to your questions, to the doubts that you have. I should be clarifying it all and ensuring that these truths are being delivered to you in the best possible manner, then I am living that outer image also authentically. Others' image. When I am sitting here as an acharya, you have every right to expect from me to be presenting in a certain way. And it is my responsibility to fulfill that expectation from your side also, as long as it is within this purview of the teacher and the student. I take responsibility for that expectation from you as well, the other's image also. With authenticity, because there is no more space for unconscious living. You will always be aware of the causes and effects that you are playing in your life. Authenticity destroys your fear of failure. It is due to this fear of your possibility that you get into the space of impossible. This is a very powerful truth. Please internalize. When you live your peak possibility, you will no longer be afraid of failure because you know that you're doing your best, isn't it? It is only when you have the fear of your possibility that you get into the space of impossible. But if you live authenticity, you will be in the space of I am possible. Is this truth clicking for all of us? How inauthenticity leads you to fear of failures? As a student, you are expected to be sitting in the space of listening, absorbing all the knowledge that is being transmitted to you. And if there is an examination tomorrow, you should be doing your the best so that you score well. That is your authenticity. But if you don't attend classes, you don't do your homework well, you while away all your time, you are being inauthentic to the role of a student. Obviously, tomorrow when you sit for your exams, because of your inauthenticity, the fear of failure will be weighing down heavily on you. Is that making sense? Chayansh, can I have an acknowledgement if you're there? What about the others? Atma Jyotikananda. Yes. When you live your peak possibility, you will walk out of fear of failures. Let's hear from Bhagavan. Yes, give me a minute.
In all power manifestations, same logic works. All of you are empowered with some powers from the time you happen. Nobody comes without any powers. Of course, very rarely, like Skandamata, kids come with all the powers. That is different. But nobody comes without any powers. All of us come with some powers. When the power manifestation starts, what is the impact of that on the existence? That is too important. That is why I am saying the fuel with which you need to fill yourself, integrity-based authentically inspired, responsible enriching. If this is the fuel with which you are functioning, any power manifestation happens through you will do so much good to you and society. You will be constantly empowered with more and more power. Whether the power manifestation through you is good or bad will be decided based on what kind of an inner space you carry. The response happening inside from outside and outside from inside, this matters for power manifestation. No, this matters, understand? Especially for your consciousness to be empowered. Empowering, right? Fueled beings. Beings who function based on right fuel. Your problem is not whether good or bad. Your problem is only whether to be active or tired and bored. Even to be negative, you don't have interest. You need to change the fuel of your body and mind functioning. Pure sattvic food and morning yoga instead of coffee to wake you up. Integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching. This thought current to keep you alive than any violence or lusty thought currents to keep you alive. Actually, I have seen many people who are so-called successful in the society. That is why it is called society. Because everything is so. No, those people, when they come into the Adhinam, suddenly I see them empty. And they're saying that I was managing $100 million business, $25 million business. How is it possible? No, it was possible there because the fuel was coffee to wake you up. And the intense greed, lust, violence, peer pressure, all that was the fuel. And the whole matrix, Vatavarana, the ambience of absolute stupidity, celebrating the sick mentality. When this kind of ambience happens, yes, you were active. But now suddenly the whole fuel change is happening. Lubrication is different, fuel is different, oil is different. What is the way to wake up in the morning? Not coffee. Yoga. But I tell you, what a way to wake up. Coffee means what? Putting the toxins inside your system to wake you up and flush you up. Understand? While you are living, whether coffee wakes you up or yoga wakes you up matters. not only to decide the number of years you are going to be in the body, but also the quality of life you are going to have while you are in the body. Understand? Same way, the power manifestation, manifesting powers, its intensity, its quantity and quality is decided by what is the impact of your power manifestation on humanity. If more power manifests through you, is it good for the world or bad for the world? So understand, let the power manifestation happening through you, in you, manifest as smile, gesture of love, the tear of bliss. I'll tell you a secret. Only in sadness it should be called tears, because it will come one drop by drop by drop by drop. In bliss, it will always be continuous flow. It should be called as singular, in singular tear, not tears. Understand? If your blood is churned with sadness, it will be memories of past and hopelessness of the future. So the churning will be to and fro. How the spindle is churned and butter is taken out of buttermilk. It will be to and fro. If your blood is churned with bliss, it will be one machine mixing. So it will be a continuous flow. Understand? Bliss does not have opposite effect. It will be just either clockwise or anti-clockwise, just one intense spindling movement, that's all. Understand? What I am describing, if you just look in, yes, when there is no looking back, it is bliss. When you look back this side and that side, it is pain. Whenever your blood is churned with the suffering, it will be pains of the past and hopelessness of the future. That is the way the spindle will be churned. And that is why the tears, few, then few minutes, then few, then few minutes, then few, wet, dry, it will be going on. But the bliss tears are not like that. And it will be a continuous one flow, single flow. There will not be any looking this side and that side. Bliss does not refer your past or future. No. When you are blissful, neither you refer about your past, nor you refer about your future. That is why I say, being in Nithyananda is the most powerful spiritual practice for manifesting powers. That's the most powerful way of manifesting powers.
Continue with the session on authenticity. Spend the next few minutes writing about all the moments where you displayed lack of authenticity in the last 24 hours. For each situation, find a way to realign yourself back to authenticity. Write it down. With authenticity, you will suddenly see new ideas, new solutions, and new possibilities opening up for you. For instance, you are a mother. There is a certain expectation of your child from you as a mother, right? In your inner image, your outer image, life image, and others' image. In the other is this situation is your child. You have not lived that dimension of you with authenticity. Okay, it's just one example that I'm giving. Suppose you're a student. In each of these four dimensions, identify the moments where you displayed lack of authenticity in the last 24 hours. Or let us get more practical. We are now in Paramashivoham Level 1. Right? There is a certain expectation from you in this session, in the program, which you have possibly not lived with authenticity. Whether it was attending, logging in on time, being intensely available in the space of listening, doing the exercises properly, all of that, isn't it? So write it down. It is very necessary to know what the problem is so that we can find a solution. It is only when you look in and start penning down all those moments where you displayed lack of authenticity, will you even be looking at it from the space of finding a solution. Find a way to realign yourself back to authenticity. What will be your new words, new thoughts, new solutions, and new actions that you will be taking up in this zone to reclaim your space of authenticity? Let us all start penning down. You will see when you take responsibility to live your own peak possibility, a lot of new solutions will open up for you, which you possibly never thought of earlier. Authenticity is living your peak possibility in the four dimensions: your inner image, outer image, life image, and others image. So look back into the last 24 hours of your life and see where all you displayed lack of authenticity. Even you feeling that life has been unfair is an inauthentic life image. If you have complained about life today, that is again a space of inauthenticity. Others have had a complaint about the way you are presenting yourself to them. There again, you need to take responsibility for that expression of inauthenticity. And see how you can realign yourself back to authenticity. How do you have the best life image, the best inner image, the best outer image, and the best others image? How are you going to make that happen for yourself? Write it down. Only when you start thinking in this direction, you will see that so many new solutions will open up for you. Are you all doing the exercise? Yes, ma'am. I see that you are. I don't know about the rest, so I need to ask. You switching on your cameras is also authentic action in the space of being a student. Let me tell you that. establish you in the space of positivity. Authenticity will establish you in the space of possibility, peak possibility. Giving your best into every action that you commit is living your authentic self. Whatever it is that you're doing in your life, do it in the best possible way. Are you seeing the new ideas and solutions opening up for you? If you're doing the exercise, you will see that happening. Like Bhagavan said, coffee should not be what you wake up for and wake up with. Yes, Chayansh, thank you for the acknowledgement. The four tattvas, living life with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching others, should be what you wake up for and you wake up with. Align yourself to these cosmic tattvas, the principles. The cosmos will express through you. You just did some action for the sake of it. Is being inauthentic. You perform that action to the best of your ability. Then you're being authentic with it. When you look back into the last 24 hours, you will see so many moments of inauthenticity. Take responsibility to realign yourself back to authenticity. Just start penning down how you will do it. You might have shut doors on so many possibilities because of that inauthentic space. When you decide to become authentic, you will see new solutions open up for you. I could have done it. I didn't. You will respect yourself for the person that you have become when you start living authenticity. And there's never fear of failure because you have given your very best. Are you all still doing the exercise? Please let me know. Okay, Chayansh is done with it, it seems. Anyway, you had to track only the last 24 hours of your life. My Guru Prasadani is continuing, so I'll give her a few more minutes. Okay. All right. So we've all introduced to the power of words and the power of thoughts. And we now know that the way to unlock these powers is living integrity and authenticity. We also did a small internalization exercise to identify the various moments in the last 24 hours where the inauthenticity in us we recognized, and we also understood how we could realign ourselves to the space of authenticity. In that small internalization exercise, we understood about competition, much more coming up in the sessions that are to follow. Continue to be tuned in. I thank you all for your active participation. Let's put our hands together now to conclude this session with the Purna Mantra. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Thank you, Manitika Prasadani. Yes. We'll have the Acharya take over from here. Thank you, Chayansh.
Yes, Nithyanandam everyone. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Yes, please sit with your hands together in the Anjali Mudra. Let us chant the Sadguru Vandanam. ॐ नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Yes. So today we are learning about the four tattvas, the four powers, namely integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. So in this segment, we will learn more about responsibility. In the previous segment, you learned about authenticity. In this segment, we will be learning about responsibility. How the expansion happens when you take on responsibility. What is responsibility? Yes. So I see there are about 12 participants, including me. Can you all please turn on your videos and be available in front of your cameras? When you are on camera and when you are receiving the powerful truths, it makes a better impact. Yes, kindly turn on your cameras. Okay, so what is responsibility? In Sanskrit, it is also known as upayanam. Responsibility in Sanskrit is known as upayanam. So today we will be understanding the higher truths that is related to responsibility with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Responsibility is a cognition. Responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of everything and therefore you are responsible. Please understand, responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of everything and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings around you. So let us look at the Shastra Pramana from Ganapati Upanishad, verse 6. Sarvam jagadidam tvatto jayate sarvam jagadidam tvatta stitishtiti. Sarvam jagadidam tvayi layameshyati sarvam jagadidam tvayi pratyeti. Tvam bhumirapo analo nilo nabhaha tvam chatvari vakpadani. Tvam gunatrayatitah tvam kalatrayatitah tvam dehatrayatitah tvam mooladhara stitosi nityam tvam shaktitrayatmakah tvam yogino dhyayanti nityam tvam brahma tvam Vishnustvam, Rudrastvam, Indrastvam, Agnistvam, Vayustvam, Suryastvam, Chandramastvam, Brahma Bhurbuvaha Suvarom. The translation for the Shastra Pramana. You create all this world. You maintain all this world. All the world is seen in you. So the term you here means each one of you sitting here, each one of you attending the program. So you create all this world. You maintain all this world. All the world is seen in you. You are earth, water, air, fire, and ether. You are beyond the 4 measures of speech. You are beyond the 3 gunas. You are beyond the 3 bodies. You are beyond the 3 times. You are always situated in the Mooladhara. You are the being of the 3 Shaktis. You are always meditated on by yogins. You are Brahma. You are Vishnu. You are Rudra. You are Agni. You are Vayu. You are the sun. You are the moon. You are Brahma. Bhuva Swar. The next Shastra Pramana that has been taken from the Ashtavakra Gita, verse 18.29. Yasyantah syadahankaro na karoti saha nirahankara dhirena na kinchid kritam. He who feels responsibility within acts even when not acting, but there is no sense of done or undone for the wise man who is free from the sense of responsibility. So the one who feels responsible is always live in action. For him, there is no sense of done or undone. And for the wise man who is free from the sense of responsibility. So here, let us watch a sharing. Okay, so here we will be looking at one of okay, so here Sri Halsyanatha Gurukal, who was a senior retired temple priest of the Arunachaleshwara temple, he shares delightful details of the dedicated temple services offered by our beloved Swamiji as a child. So even as a child, right since childhood, Swamiji has been raised by various gurus. Being an incarnation, he was recognized as an incarnation by his gurus and he was raised accordingly. So here he the kind of life that Swamiji lived, the way he took on responsibility, how he felt responsible for everything around him, he still happens to do the same thing. He still continues to help humanity by taking responsibility for the whole world. So here we will watch a short video on how Swamiji used to take responsibility as a child at the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai, which happens to be Swamiji's birthplace.
அண்ணாமலையார் அண்ணா போற்றி கண்ணார் கம்பிளே கையிலே போற்றி. அண்ணாமலையாருக்கு அரோகரா. குரு பிரம்மா குரு விஷ்ணு குரு தேவோ மகேஸ்வரः குரு சாட்சாத் பரம்பிரம்மம் தஸ்மை ஸ்ரீ குரவே நமः. குருப்யோ நமः. ஹரி ஓம். ஸ்ரீ ராமலிங்க பாதேப்யோ நமः. குருப்யோ நமः. இன்று நான் திருவண்ணாமலை அருணாச்சலேஸ்வரர் தேவஸ்தானத்தில் என்னுடைய பாட்டனார் வெங்கட சுப்பிரமணிய குருக்கள், சோனாத்திரி குருக்கள் வழியாக ராமலிங்க சிவாச்சாரியார் சாமூர் சிவாச்சாரியுடைய மகனாக பிறந்தவன். எங்களுடைய வாரிசு பெரிய குருக்கள் வகைராவை சேர்ந்தவர்கள் நாங்கள். என்னுடைய பெயர் பட்டம் எஸ் ஹாலாசிநாத சிவாச்சாரியார். நான் 2 துறையில் இருந்தவன். ஒன்று ஆசிரியராக பணிபுரிந்தவன், அதே சமயத்தில் மூதாதையர்களுடைய ஆன்மீக பக்தியின் காரணமாகவும் எங்களுடைய வம்சாவளியின் காரணமாகவும் கோவிலுக்கு நித்திய கைங்கறி செய்து கொண்டிருந்தேன். அப்படி கடைசியிலே அண்ணாமலையாரிடம் பணி செய்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறேன் ஆன்மீக பணியிலே. அப்படி வழியிலே என்னுடைய மகன்கள் 3 பேரும் இப்பொழுது பணியாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். நித்யானந்த சுவாமிகளை பற்றி சொல்ல வேண்டுமானால், அவர் திருவண்ணாமலையிலே பிறந்தவர். நித்யானந்த சுவாமிகள் அவர் சின்ன வயசிலே ரொம்ப ஆன்மீக பக்தியுடையவர். கடவென்பால் அன்பு மிகுந்து காணப்பட்டு இருந்தார். அவர் தினமும் காலையில் மாலையிலும் கோவிலுக்கு தரிசனம் செய்வது வருவார். அப்பொழுது கோவிலிலே நித்திய பூஜை நடைபெறும் போது அங்கே பணிகள், அவருக்கு உண்டான என்ன பணிகள் செய்ய முடியுமோ அதை தீபாராதனை, அலங்கார தீபாராதனை முதலெல்லாம் அழுக்காக இருந்தால் அதை தொடர்த்தி வைத்து நல்ல முறையில் செய்து வைப்பார். இப்போ கீழே உள்ளே இருக்கிற இதுக்கு தரையை சுத்தம் செய்து வைப்பார். அந்த மாதிரி பலவிதமான அந்த காலத்திலே சிறு வயதிலிருந்தே அவருக்கு ஆன்மீக பற்றோடு செய்து வந்திருந்தார். கோவில்லையும் சில வேலைகளை யாராவது குறை இருந்தால் அவர்களுக்கு பதிலாக இவரும் கிட்ட இருந்து ஆன்மீக பணி செய்து வைப்பார். நைவேத்தியில் கூட வருவது, உடல் அடித்து வருவது, எல்லா பணிகளும் செய்து வந்தார். அதே மாதிரி அர்த்தஜாமத்திலையும் கூடயே இருந்து அர்த்தஜாமத்திலே பள்ளி அறையிலே அவரும் ஒரு பணியை ஆற்றி சுவாமியை சுமந்து கொண்டு பள்ளியறை முடித்து வைப்பார். இப்படி அவர் பலகாலம் அந்த ஆன்மீகத்துடைய பணியாக இருந்ததினால் அண்ணாமலையார் அருளாலே அவர்களுக்கு மனம் சாந்தி அடைந்து அவருக்கு ஞானோதயம் பெற்று இப்பொழுது பெரிய சுவாமியாக இருக்கிறார். மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. அவருடைய ஆசிரமத்துக்கெல்லாம் நான் போயிருக்கேன். அங்கே நல்ல முறையில், மிக நல்ல முறையில் நல்லதாக செஞ்சிருக்கிறார். ஆகவே அவருடைய ஆன்மீக பற்றி மேலும் வளர வேண்டும் என்பது அண்ணாமலையார் அருளை பிரார்த்தனை செய்து கொண்டு அவர்களை வாழ்த்துகின்றேன். அப்புறம் நாங்கள் கோவிலில் வேலைகள் ஏதாவது வீட்டில் ஏதாவது விட்டுட்டு வந்தாலோ இல்லது கோவிலேருந்து ஏதாவது எடுத்துக்கொண்டு செல்லக்கூடிய நைவேத்தியம் மற்ற பொருள்கள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு செல்ல வேண்டும் என்றாலும் அந்த நித்யானந்த சுவாமிகள் அன்போடு பணிவோடு அதை வீட்டுக்கு எடுத்துன்னு கொண்டாந்து கொடுத்துட்டு திருப்பி கோயிலுக்கு பணிகளை செய்து விட்டு போவார். ஆமாம், அபிஷேகம்லாம் பண்ணாக்கா விடாத பார்த்துட்டு இருப்பார். நல்ல பக்தர். இந்த போற்றி, தமிழ் போற்றி அதெல்லாம் பாடுவார் அவர். நல்ல என்ன அதெல்லாம் நல்லா பார்த்து எல்லாம் செய்வார் அவர் அந்த காலத்தில். எனக்கு இந்த இது கூட பொக்கிஷத்துலேருந்து பொருள்கள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வர்றதுக்கும் அவர் உதவி செய்வார். நகைகள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வர்றது, ஆடைகள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வர்றது, இதெல்லாம் உதவியாக கோவிலில் உள்ள என்னென்ன பணிகள் அவரால் செய்ய முடியுமோ அத்தனை பணிகளும் செய்து வந்தார். மிக நல்ல முறை. நந்தவனத்தில் சுற்றி இருக்குது, அங்கே அந்த காலத்துலேருந்தே இருந்தது, இப்பயும் இருக்குது. அங்கேருந்து பூ வரும்போதே காலையில் பறித்து எடுத்துன்னு சுவாமிக்கு சாத்துவார், சொல்லுவார், சாப்பிட சொல்லுவார். அதே மாதிரி சாயந்தரத்துலேயும் கொண்டு உற்சவ காலங்களுக்கு காலை மாலை 2 வேளையிலும் சுவாமியோடு கூடையே இருந்து பணிவிடைகளை செய்வதற்கு மறக்க மாட்டார். கூடையே சாமியை நடை ஆரம்பிக்கிறது முதல், உற்சவம் ஆரம்பம் முதல் முடிவு வரை கடைசி வரையில் இருந்து சுவாமியை பள்ளியறையில் சேர்த்து விட்டு தான் வீட்டுக்கு போவார். அந்தளவுக்கு நல்ல குணங்கள். ஆமாம், வீதி உலா உற்சவத்தில் நிறைய பங்கு கொண்டு அது முடியும் வரை இருந்து சுவாமியை
understand, today, whole evening you will be doing this process of completion. A very powerful process. I'll give you the exact instruction how to do. Now, before getting into the completion, we will finish one more process you need to do. Completing with your feelings. Please listen. Yesterday, completing with the words, that is integrity. Completing with your thinking is authenticity. Completing with your feeling is responsibility. Listen, I am giving you an example. How the feeling and responsibility is connected. Listen. Sometime you are watching the TV, breaking news, bomb blast, 150 people dead. Immediately you get up and sit. And the next line, in Iran or Iraq. Okay. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. Means, the moment it is in some other country, what you do? Means, you feel responsible only for you, what you think as yours. Clear? Only for what you think as yours, you feel responsible. Understand? Expanding that feeling and making you understand you are responsible for everything. Completes all your incompletions in the feeling level. Listen. One more example. Listen. An old man goes to next village for some work. He is coming back to his hometown, that home village, not hometown, home village, native village. From the distance he sees his house is on fire. That's all, he is rolling on the ground and crying. How a villagers cry, you know. Typical village crying. He is rolling on the ground and crying. His first son rushes towards him and says, Dad, don't worry. Don't you remember just day before yesterday we sold that house. It's not ours anymore. That's it. All his sadness, crying, tears, everything disappeared. And he wiped the eyes and now full of smile. Yes, 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 yes. Now I remember we sold it away. 2 minutes. All the sadness disappeared. In 3 minutes, the next son comes and says, yes, Dad, we sold it, but we have not got the money. Because we have not got the money, it is still ours only. That's it. Again this fellow started rolling and crying. Now you can see this in your life. When you think you are not responsible, you don't care. We don't bother. Listen. We are all always afraid of responsibility because the moment we think responsibility, oh, so much work. I am already loaded. Too much is in my plate. How many of you sing all these words like a japa every day? Too much is in my plate. I am already loaded. I cannot take anything more. I cannot take up anything more. I am done. These are all like mantra every day we chant. Understand? It is because we have a wrong understanding about responsibility. You forget responsibility is more power. It is more power, not just more work. Listen. One of the important truth you need to know, whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, there are some eternal laws, eternal truths. Whether you like it or not, want it or not, you are the source of everything. Please listen. You may, how much ever you try to forget, no, I am not the source. Truth remains as truth. There is some story. Understand? Same way, how much ever you try to forget, you may try your best to forget. No, I am not responsible. My wife is responsible for everything. My son is responsible. My father is responsible for all the suffering I have. Whether you want it or not, like it or not, believe it or not, the truth is you are the source of what you are having, good or bad. Responsibility means living and responding to life from the truth and understanding that you are the source of everything, therefore you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you. Listen, I am repeating. Whether you want or not, like it or not, believe it or not, there are some truths exist. Whether Pope turns atheist or communist turns theist, God exists is the truth. Nothing can be done about it, how much ever you deny. The independent intelligence which runs the cosmos exists. Same way, there are some eternal laws which no one can change. We can all start shouting, I went outside the hotel and looked all the side. Himalayas is not there in the Haridwar because I am not able to see. We can all shout. Is our shouting going to take away the Himalayas? It will continue to be there in the Haridwar. Haridwar means entrance to God. Himalayas is the embodiment of Hari, God. Haridwar means entrance to God. So just because we all scream, the Haridwar is not going to be taken away from Haridwar. Himalayas are not going to be taken away from Haridwar. What is this? I went to the roof of the hotel and looked around. I didn't find Ganga. It's a lie. Ganga goes around in Haridwar. We can scream. Is our screaming anyway going to stop Ganga or affect the Haridwar? Affect the Himalayas? Same way, whether we believe or not, there are some eternal laws, laws of life. Whether you want it or not, like it or not, the truth is you are the source of everything. In Vedanta we have a beautiful word, drishti srishti and srishti drishti. You think you see what is, but the truth is you create what is. You create what you want. You don't see what is, you create what you want. Listen. Responsibility means thinking, feeling, living, responding to life from this understanding. I am the source of everything. Therefore, I am responsible for everything happening inside me and outside me, in and around me. Cognizing this truth, living with this truth, cognizing this truth and living with this truth is responsibility. Listen. Immediately we think, how can I be responsible? I am going in the road in the right direction. Somebody comes and hits me. It is his mistake. How can I be responsible? How many of you have these kind of questions? Yes. You may not be responsible, but who is going to suffer? Tell me, who is going to suffer? Listen, you may not be reason, but you are only responsible. You may not be reason, you are only responsible. Listen, people who don't take responsibility even for their actions are animals. People who take responsibility for their actions are human. People who take responsibility for the actions for which they are not reasons, even for those things they take responsibility, they are leaders. Understand? Many times you may not be reason, but if you feel responsible only, you will come out of that situation. You will come out of that problem. How many of you are getting it? If you don't feel you are responsible, are you going to come out of that problem? Are you going to come out of the mess? Whether you are reason or not, who is actually suffering there? We. So be very clear. Life, whether you want it or not, believe it or not, like it or not, whether you take it as a good news or bad news, you are source of everything. Whenever you understand that, you cognize it and process, you feel powerful in the life. Whenever you feel you are not responsible, somebody else is responsible, you become powerless, that's all. Truth empowers you. Ignorance makes you powerless. How many of you want to live a powerful life? Then you should take up the truth in your life. The truth is, you are source of everything in and around you. So usually, responsibility means oh God, no. We think more work, more I have to think. But listen, when you start taking more responsibility, you get more power. The first thing comes to is more power. I tell you, so much of attack has been done on me. The media terrorism, That's the word I use. Media terrorists have attacked me. Actually, I am not the reason for the attack done on me. It's complete false lies. I am not the reason for the attack I went through, but I know I should take responsibility. Only then I'll come out of this whole situation. I came out. Now nothing has stopped. No one can do anything. No one is able to do anything. See, all over the world, the mission we took up, we are doing it. When I took up the responsibility in my hand, in my heart, I experienced power. That power naturally gave me the clarity to do what needs to be done. And I am successful. So listen, from my experience I tell you, responsibility is power, not just work. I'll give you this as experience. Through this process of completion, I'll give you this as experience. We will do a small process to internalize this responsibility, the power of feeling. Identify the various conflicts that exist in your life. Write down all the conflicts. Conflicts means it can be a health issue, or your issue with your spouse, or issue with your boss, or poverty, or issue with your son, issue in your other relationships, anything. Conflicts that exist in your life. Write down all the aspects of each conflict you feel you are responsible for, and all the aspects of each conflict you feel you are not responsible for. I am giving you the example. For example, you feel conflict with your husband or wife. Something you feel you are responsible, something you feel you are not responsible. Pen down what you think as you are responsible, for what all you think you are not responsible. Like that, each conflict. Poverty. You think, I think I spend little too much, that one I am responsible, but there are many things I am not responsible. Society is responsible. It cheats me, it doesn't give me money. My boss is responsible. He squeezes me, my blood out of me, and gives me only few $100s, which I blow it away in one shopping. Whatever you think you are responsible, pen down. You think you are not responsible, pen down. Few minutes, internalize. The second question we will do next. First, answer the first point.
Yes. So beautifully explained. What is responsibility? When you start feeling that you are responsible for everything that is happening in and around you, that gives you a power. It makes you powerful. So responsibility is the power of feeling. Law of the cosmos is responsibilism. When you take responsibility, the divine energies support you. So, from the understanding that was given to us by Swamiji in this satsang that we just watched, Now, list out the top 5 rubbing points of your life where you continuously experience resistance to your own expansion. See, when you start taking responsibility, it only helps you to expand. Like how we watched the video where the priest of the Tiruvannamalai temple, was sharing how Swamiji, as a young child, took on so many responsibilities. He was multitasking at a very young age, and since he was only connected to Arunachala, doing Arunachala's seva in his own way, he would his mind was always focused on Arunachala, and that is how he achieved enlightenment at a very young age. That was the priest's version, that how he saw Swamiji growing up in the temple premises, taking on responsibility. Now, the whole segment is all about taking responsibility, becoming responsible for everything that is happening in and around us. And we also learned how to do it. Swamiji, as our role model, we we watched Swamiji sharing about responsibility. Now, let us do an exercise which will help us to internalize all the truths that we just shared, the powerful truths, to have a better understanding and to become more responsible. Let us now do this exercise. Please take out your books and start writing. Yes, take your books. Let's start writing. List out the top 5 rubbing points of your life where you continuously experience resistance to your own expansion. For example, if you feel that you are always forgetting things, you're not able to find things where you left it, you're always rushing in the last minute trying to find things. Now, take responsibility for that part of your life, how to become more responsible, how to become more orderly in your life, keeping things where it needs to be kept, being more disciplined, becoming more aware. So, when you bring in responsibility to that area of your life, you will see that you are not only struggling, but you are expanding. Now, there may be many things in your life where you are struggling, where you feel you are stuck and you feel powerless in those situations. Now, list out the top 5 rubbing points of your life where you continuously experience resistance to your own expansion. The next step is to relive the major situations where you have faced this friction and completing with those incidents. For example, if you are always running late, if you're not on time, that can be another rubbing point in your life. If you are experiencing any kind of conflict with any relationship in your life, that could be one of the rubbing points in your life. Similarly, if there are any other situations where you have faced friction, complete with those incidents. And once you complete, visualize yourself being comfortable in that expanded space. Whenever you encounter those situations again in your life, bring back the visualization to support you to expand smoothly. See, only when you do this exercise, you will even know what is happening within you. If you don't take time or don't take the responsibility, see, you are here in this program for your own spiritual growth, isn't it? All of us are here. We have gathered here in this platform to help ourselves. So you have taken that first step of being here in this program. Now, when you start aligning to this program. Whatever is said, like, shared here, when you start doing it, applying it then and there itself, then you will see that growth happening. Then you will experience the growth or the expansion. So do not avoid these exercises. It is always, see, even if you don't feel like doing the whole thing, at least start writing. When you start writing, you will see that, you will just be pouring out. You will not even know that, all these things were sitting inside within. So start writing, give it that expression. You have a beautiful opportunity to ventilate, to vent out all the suppression that is sitting inside. When you do these exercises, it comes out, and only when it comes out, Swamiji can even burn that pattern. When you bring it to surface, that pattern can be burnt. When you decide to help yourself, the cosmos rushes to help you. When you take responsibility, the cosmos fills you with that energy to take on the responsibility and to execute it in a successful manner. So list down, write down this, do this exercise and see the benefits. You will have a literal experience once you do the exercise. So let's take some time to do the exercise. Okay, if you have completed the exercise, let's move on. If you're yet to complete it, you can continue to do the exercise whenever you have time, or better to make time for yourself and complete the exercise. So in the best interest of time, we will move on to our next topic. So we will be continuing to learn more about responsibility in the upcoming segment. Okay, so what is the difference between duty and responsibility? So a lot of us are confused when it comes to understanding responsibility. Doing one's duty and taking on responsibility, there is a wide difference. So in this segment, we will be learning more about responsibility. How to be a responsible leader. What are the actions that you need to take to become a responsible leader? Responsibility is living and responding, means thinking, feeling, acting, cognizing to life from the truth that you are the source of everything. Therefore, you are responsible for all happenings inside you and around you. Let me repeat the definition of responsibility. What is responsibility? Responsibility is living and responding, means thinking, acting, feeling, cognizing to life from the truth that you are the source of everything. Therefore, you are responsible for all happenings inside you and around you. For example, a person with eyesight is responsible to give vision to a blind person. The moment you have knowledge, you become responsible to make ignorant knowledgeable. A person with power is responsible to make powerless people to become powerful. That is what our Swamiji is doing, making each and every person responsible, making the powerless people to become more powerful, and he is imparting all the knowledge that is being downloaded from the cosmos. So he's accessing it directly from the cosmos and sharing it with the whole of humanity to make the lives of each and every person on planet Earth to become blissful. That is the responsibility that has been taken up by Swamiji. So let us learn more about how to be responsible in our daily lives. We will be watching another video where Swamiji throws light on responsibility and how it can become a power.
Who feel responsible for everything, who don't feel responsible for anything. There are only two types of human beings. Listen. People who feel responsible become leaders. People who don't feel responsible continue to be slaves. There are some people don't feel responsible even for their own actions because they forgot their action is going to bring this result. Many times, even when they plan for business, they only plan if it fails, whom they will hold responsible. They don't plan to make it successful. Holding somebody responsible is not going to solve your problem. Plan for success. Don't do, when you plan itself, if you get an idea, if this fails, what to do? Immediately you think, I'll hold him responsible. But you holding him responsible is not going to bring you success. While that thought comes, I'll hold him responsible, cut it. Holding anybody responsible is not going to solve the issue. See to it he is educated to make things successful. Listen. How many of you cognize? Listen. How many of you cognize what I am saying, that when you plan many times in your mind, if you think you can hold somebody responsible, you think you have planned perfectly. Raise your hand. You are wrong. Holding somebody responsible is not going to make the work happen. Listen. Work not done plus valid reason is not equivalent to work done. Work not done plus valid reason is not equivalent to work done. Work done is only equivalent to work done. Anything else is not equivalent to work done. There are some people who work, the only thing they know how to manipulate the boss. That's all. How to answer the boss. How to manipulate the boss. How to stop the boss pushing him. That's all. With that only one thing, they spend their whole life and retire also. Of course, the day they join the work and the day they learn this art of not allowing anybody to make them feel responsible, they are retired. Retirement does not happen. It is not decided based on the day you stop going to the office. It is based on the day you stop taking responsibility. शक्तिशाली व्यक्ति जिम्मेदार है, शक्तिहीन लोगों को शक्तिशाली बनाने के लिए धनवान व्यक्ति जिम्मेदार है निर्धन को धनवान स्थिति में लाने के लिए. वैसे ही ज्ञानी का उत्तरदायित्व है अज्ञान लोगों को ज्ञान का मार्ग दिखाना. आप जो भी चीज के मालिक हैं, उस चीज को सबके साथ बांटना आपका उत्तरदायित्व है. You become responsible to make everyone responsible. Listen, there are some category who don't take responsibility even for the actions they do or they are supposed to do, even for their own existence, because the actions they did not visualize the results are going to come this way. They don't take responsibility even for their own actions. Second, there are few people who take responsibility for their action. People who don't take responsibility even for their own action remain as slave forever. People who take responsibility for their action live as human beings, a middle class life, one house, one car, one wife, 2 kids, maybe one affair somewhere. A middle class life, what I call neo-middle class, happening in India. Life lived as mediocre, middle level, is not going to be fulfilling. There is another one class. People who take responsibility even for others' actions. when you take responsibility even for others' actions, others' irresponsibility, you become leader. Even if you are not reason for certain happening, if it is affecting you, only if you take the responsibility you will solve it. I'll tell you from my own experience. All the attack, persecution done on me is done by the group of atheists. I am not responsible for the atheism spreading. 30 years before my birth, it has started spreading in Tamil Nadu. I am not directly reason, but I am going to take the responsibility to eradicate it, because it is affecting my life. Listen, I am not reason for atheism spreading, but because it is affecting my life and my mission, now I am responsible to eradicate it. Only when I take responsibility, even for others' action, I'll be able to solve the problem from the root, at the root level. Whatever may be disturbing you and your life's mission, ध्यान से सुनिए, whatever may be disturbing you and your life's mission, even if you are not reason, you are responsible. Listen, being a reason is different, being responsible is different. Many times, even if you are not directly reason, only when you take the responsibility, it is solved. Leaders are created with a DNA of responsibility. Responsibility is the software for leaders' inner space. कार्य का संपन्न ना होना और उसके लिए वैध कारण होना कार्य के संपन्न होने के बराबर नहीं है. धरती पर केवल तो तारे के प्राणी है, एक जो हर चीज के लिए स्वयं को जिम्मेदार मानते हैं, और दूसरों व लोग जो स्वयं को किसी चीज के लिए भी जिम्मेदारी नहीं मानते हैं. जब आप अपने जीवन के परिस्थितियों के लिए उत्तरदायित्व नहीं लेते हैं, तब आप एक गुलाम बनकर जीते हैं. जब आप स्वयं के परिस्थितियों के लिए उत्तरदायित्व लेते हैं, तब आप एक साधारण मानव की तरह जीते हैं. और जब आप स्वयं के साथ अन्य लोगों की परिस्थितियों बुनते हैं और ईश्वरत्व की स्थिति का अनुभव कर सकते हैं. ध्यान से सुनिए, अन्य लोगों की परिस्थितियों का भी उत्तरदायित्व लेते हैं, तब आप नेता बनते हैं और ईश्वरत्व की स्थिति का अनुभव कर सकते हैं. Again, I wanted to remind you, if an egg is broken from outside, a life is destroyed. It's the end of the life. Life is killed. If an egg is broken from inside, life is happening. A life starts. If the egg is broken from outside, life ends. If the egg is broken from inside, life starts. If your cognition is broken from outside, you shrink, demolish yourself, destroy, fall into depression. It happens if you are irresponsible. If you stand with responsibility, egg breaks from inside, life starts. एक नेता का सृजन केवल जिम्मेदारी के साथ ही होता है. Not only take responsibility for your actions, take responsibility for everything which affects your life, even if it is others' actions. Only when you feel, when you decide you are responsible, you will even look into the direction of solving the problem. Only then you will solve the problem. Till then, you will be just blaming, he is responsible, he is responsible, he is responsible, he is responsible. All right. Blaming each one is responsible is not going to get you successful. Maybe you can manage your boss, saying, he is responsible, he is responsible, he is responsible. Why we don't take responsibility? First step in our life, if you are receiving 10,000 rupees salary from your office, you think, for the 10,000 I am taking already enough responsibility. Why should I take more responsibility when they are paying only 10,000 to me? Don't be foolish. Taking responsibility is first going to help you to live an expanded life.
So taking responsibility for yourself, even for others' actions, is going to help you to live an expanded life. So responsibility makes you a leader, it makes you a hero. If you feel you are responsible for something, only then you will even look into that part of your life. Restricting your responsibility should never be allowed. You are a human being. You are responsible for the whole cosmos, not just planet Earth. When you carry responsibility in your being, that very carrying responsibility in your being will raise you to a totally different level. Feeling responsible makes you a hero. So it is time to put all the truths that are being imparted here to practice. Only when you start practicing the truths that are being shared in this program, you will even understand what this program is all about and how it can raise you, it can make you feel powerful from the state of powerlessness. You move into the state of powerfulness just by becoming responsible. You can start with small things in your life, you can start with the little things in your life, and then you can go on to taking responsibility for the bigger things and embrace the whole cosmos as your very own. Okay. So during the initiation, what happens when you attend this program and when you are in front of the master, and there is a feeling within you, how I wish I become more responsible. Let me start taking more responsibility so that the expansion happens in my life. When you sit with that intention, the cosmos is responding to each and every thought of yours, to each and every vibe of yours. And when you sit for darshan, the master's energy just fills you and it gives you that energy to taking responsibility, to becoming responsible in your life. So, if you want to become more responsible, just sit with that feeling, with that intention to becoming responsible and becoming a leader in your lives during the darshan, and then the master will take care of the rest. Now, feeling responsible in your being, you don't need to do any action, you don't need to do any thinking. Decide from your being, you will feel responsible for the whole world. Suddenly, you will see all your actions will have authenticity and your thinking will have integrity. So, you have to decide from your being to becoming more responsible, and the rest of all the rest will be taken care by the cosmos. And suddenly, you will see that you are a different you, and you will feel that there is some invisible energy that is protecting you, that is giving you, filling you with the required energy that is needed to take on responsibility. Your actions will have authenticity and your thinking will have integrity. Real ownership is constant actions done in perfection. Okay. There is an extract from the Bhagavad Gita which says, Yogaha karmasu kaushalam, which means constant actions performed in perfection, in continuum, creates a feeling of ownership for others and not for you. That is real ownership. Responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. Because you are the source of all the happenings in and around you in your life, you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. When you take responsibility not just for your image about others, but also others' image about you, you expand. You express miracle powers in you. This is the science of Shaktis. Understand? When you take responsibility not just for your image about others, but also others' image about you, you expand. You express miracle powers in you. This is the science of Shaktis. Now, let us look at a small incident that happened in the life of Swami Vivekananda. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, who happened to be Vivekananda, he is also an enlightened master who lived with an incarnation who was his guru. That is, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was Vivekananda's guru. One day, Ramakrishna tells Vivekananda, you have to go all over the world and teach. Take my message. Vivekananda is shaken to the core. He shivers and says, not me. So he is shocked when he learns that he has to go around the world and teach and preach his master's message. Now, he does not believe in himself. He didn't believe in himself until that point, and he was shaken when he heard for the first time. So he tells his master that I just want to be in samadhi, that's all. Now, Ramakrishna actually fires him. He says, I thought you will be a banyan tree for the whole world, and you are behaving so cheaply that you want to rest in samadhi, be in samadhi. I tell you, once Vivekananda cognized his responsibility as a cognition and not as work, the amount of work Vivekananda performed, still nobody is able to beat the record. So, what we need to do, what we need to understand and learn from this example is cognizing responsibility as cognition, taking on responsibility as a cognition and not as work or load. When we cognize it as responsibility and not as work, then we will be able to take on responsibility simply, and we will be able to execute it in a very responsible manner. Okay, there is another Shastra Pramana from the Bhagavad Gita. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phalahetur bhur mate sango stvakarmani. Do your duty, do not expect results. Results are caused by the cognitive shift and not by work. Here, Bhagavan Sri Krishna beautifully imparted this truth in the Bhagavad Gita to his disciple Arjuna. He says, do your duty and do not expect results. Similarly, all we need to do is take on responsibility, more and more responsibility, not expecting results. Now, results are caused by cognitive shift only and not by the amount of work that we do. When we imbibe this truth, then taking on responsibility and doing our duties becomes very simple and effortless. Okay, so now we will move on to the next topic. Okay, so now we understood what is duty versus responsibility. When we cognize responsibility, when there is a cognitive shift related to responsibility, when we do not look at responsibility as work, then we will be able to see how how we become leaders just by taking responsibility, by having that cognitive shift to take on responsibility not just for ourselves but for everything that is happening around us. Now we will be doing some internalization exercise related to duty versus responsibility. Only when we do this exercise we will be able to understand what is responsibility, how to take responsibility, and how to become a responsible leader. Now, Swamiji beautifully explained the meaning of responsibility. That is, responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all happenings in and around you in your life. Now, first step is to identify instances from your life where you put the blame on others or people or place for an unfavorable situation. So we will take 5 minutes to do the first step. That is identifying instances from your lives where you put the blame on others or people. See, when things are not working, it is very easy to blame others. It is easy to blame others when things don't work in our favor. So the first step here is identifying the instances that is happening in your life where you are blaming others, other people or places for an unfavorable situation. So you're not, for example, you're not able to complete your project. If you are working in an office, you're not able to finish your project on time. And rather than taking responsibility for not completing the project on time, you may be blaming the people in your team members, or you may be blaming the situation for not completing the project. Now look in and identify the exact incident from your life where you are blaming others, other people or places for whatever is not happening. You're not able to finish something. You are experiencing an unfavorable situation and you are blaming somebody else. Look in and pen down. Pen down the instances from your life. Let's take 5 minutes to do the first step. Yes, now let's move to the next step. So, if you have identified the instances from your life where you put the blame on others, or people, or places for an unfavorable situation, now the second step would be to identify the reason you cognized in that way. What are the facts or evidences that supported you to come to the conclusion that someone else is responsible? Now we will focus on the facts or evidence which supported you to come to the conclusion that someone else is responsible. Now identify the reason that you cognized in that way. Okay? So, what are the facts or evidences you will be writing down? You will identify and write down what are the facts or evidences which supported you to come to the conclusion that somebody else is responsible. Now, you will be focusing on the facts. You will take 5 minutes to do this step. Okay, let's continue. Now, the third step would be to revisit the situation from the decision you are responsible, you are the source of everything happening inside and outside. So, once you have written down the facts and evidences that supported you to come to the conclusion that somebody else is responsible, in the second step, you have focused on the facts. Now, once you have written down the instances and the facts, now you will revisit the whole situation from the decision that you are responsible. You are the source of everything happening inside and outside. Revisit the situation with this understanding, with this cognition that you are responsible or source of everything that is happening inside as well as outside you. That is what is going to make you a leader. Let us do the third step. We will take 5 more minutes to do the third step. Now sit and internalize the whole thing. Okay. So I hope all of you have completed the exercise. If you are yet to complete, you can continue to write in the breaks. During break time, you can continue to do the exercise. Now let's continue. Now, how to break free from our limited cognition, from our old understanding, from the conditionings. How do we break free from all this? Let us understand and let us imbibe the powerful truths here. Usually, we take responsibility based on our understanding of peak of energy. It is actually the other way round. When you take responsibility with integrity and authenticity, the peak of your energy just expands and fulfills the responsibility you are taking up. Okay? What we usually do is we take responsibility based on our understanding of peak of energy. It is not so. It is actually the other way around. Only when you take responsibility with integrity and authenticity, the peak of your energy just expands and fulfills the responsibility that you are taking up. All you need to do is just decide to become more responsible, taking on more responsibility. With that decision, everything is going to change around you. So only by taking on responsibility, since a tender age, Swamiji has been taking on responsibility for everything, not just for himself, his Sangha, but for the whole world. And today, he he rules the hearts of millions of people. Literally, he is the Lord of the universe just by taking responsibility and becoming a role model for millions of people across the globe. You can see how his mission has expanded and reached all corners of the globe. Now we will be moving on to the next topic, that is unlocking the power of feeling, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So, the power of feeling is nothing but your ability to realize yourself as the source of all the happenings in your life. This understanding gives you tremendous control over your own life and gives you the power to be a positive influence in the life of others. The power of feeling is unlocked when you recognize yourself as a leader and take responsibility for everything in and around you. Responsibility is the key that unlocks the power of feeling. Understand? Responsibility is the key that unlocks the power of feeling. Let us understand that this through the help of a small story. Once upon a time, there were four people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Once there was an important job to be done, but who was to do it? Everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought that anybody could do it because nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. So, this is how we live our lives. Each one of us, this is how we continue to live. We think that it is somebody else's work, somebody else's responsibility, and we tend to blame others. We get angry. We start judging people, blaming people, framing This is what we tend to do. But we don't understand that we are responsible for everything that is happening around us. When you start taking on responsibility for everything in and around you, then you can make a change. You can make a change, and when you become the change, everything changes around you. So responsibility is a cognition. It is not work, it is not load, it is a cognition. A person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions lives like an animal. He lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible only for his own actions is a human being. He lives in the middle level of consciousness. So understand, one who does not feel responsible even for his own actions lives like an animal, which means he lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible, at least for his own actions, is considered as a human being, and he lives in the middle level of consciousness. But a person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness. So if you are observing that people at office are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you continue to blame people or situations rather than blaming, when you take on responsibility and start doing what needs to be done, then you become a leader, and then you'll start living in leadership consciousness. Even though your actions are not responsible for something, taking responsibility even for others in authenticity and irresponsibility makes you a leader. So, when we hear about taking responsibility for everything, the biggest question we have in our minds is, how can I be responsible for everything happening around me? I understand that I can be held responsible for what is happening inside me. But how can I be held responsible for what is happening outside me? For example, if an accident happens in my life, how can I be responsible? Everybody tend to ask this question. So listen, there is an important difference between being the cause of something and being responsible for it. Sometimes you may not be the reason for a certain happening, but if it is affecting your life, understand you are responsible for that happening. For example, you may not be the cause of political corruption in your country, but as a citizen of the country, you are responsible for it. You may not be the reason for it, but that doesn't mean that you are not responsible in truth. You need to know that unless you take responsibility, you are neither going to improve the situation nor are you going to expand your inner space. So, again, when you start becoming responsible, you start taking responsibility, and the expansion starts happening, it sends some kind of fear. Your bigness frightens you, your expansion frightens you, because you're not used to that kind of expansion. You're not used to. You always believe that you are suffocated by your smallness, but in actuality you are suffocated by your bigness. Whenever bigness is demanded of you, whenever you feel you are being forced to expand, you shrink even further into your comfort zone. Your tiredness, weakness, your powerlessness, all these are nothing but the resistance you have to seeing your own bigness. That is why when someone tells you that you are weak, you're poor or a sinner, it is so easy to accept. But when someone tells you that you are divine, you are powerful, you are complete, your whole identity starts trembling with fear. But life always demands your expansion because expansion is the not natural law of life. That is why you carry such a deep fear of life, especially life in the form of other people, because people are the most living expression of life. The more you engage with life, the greater the expansion that will be demanded of you. Whenever you're feeling weak, tired, or powerless, the first thing that you need to do is immediately taking on 10 responsibilities and committing to fulfill them with an impossibly short time. This may sound new, this may sound strange to some people, but if you actually do it, you will experience, you will be shaking your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside you. So, all you need to do is every time you feel weak or tired or powerless, you immediately need to take on more responsibility, additional responsibilities, and commit to fulfill them within an impossibly short time. That is how you will be shaking your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside you. So we have always felt that responsibility is a burden. That is how we have shrunk. We shrink from our duties, thinking that responsibility is a load. Please understand, it is not a load, it is a power. Responsibility directly leads you to leadership consciousness. As long as you feel responsible only for your family, you remain as the head of your family. When you feel responsible for the whole community, you become a leader of the community. As your feeling of responsibility expands, your leadership quality also expands. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. So, Swamiji has, just by the way he has lived, there is so much for us to learn from the way he has lived and living. He happens to be our role model. Every time you shrink from doing your duty, just visualize yourself taking on more responsibility and the expansion happening just by taking on that responsibility. Or it is not like limited. You can take on responsibility for anything and everything. Only when you take responsibility and when you succeed, when you are successful, you will have that satisfaction. Then slowly it becomes a habit. Taking on responsibility becomes a part of you. It becomes an innate quality in you to take on responsibilities, being responsible for everything. When the cognitive shift happens, you you are a new being. You are no more a powerless being. You move on to becoming a powerful being. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is a responsible declaration, known in Hindu spiritual practice as Nithyananda. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling in you. But the moment you hear that you are responsible for everything happening around you, you think, if I feel responsible for all the garbage on the streets, I will be stuck cleaning it up the whole day and I will not be able to do anything else. Now it's time to complete with those imaginary complications. Take a little time to let this feeling to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. It has to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. And then you will see responsibility will become a synergy, a synchronized energy. Okay? Now let us sit and contemplate. Let's take 10 minutes to contemplate. Your bigness frightens you, complete with those imaginary complications. Allow this feeling to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. Let us take a few minutes to complete with the imaginary complications. If I take on responsibility, what will happen? Will I be loaded with more work? Will I be blamed? What if I'm not successful? What if I'm not able to complete the responsibility? Now, drop all the impossibilities at the master's feet and complete with all the imaginary complications that are happening inside you. Only when you complete with all the imaginary complications that are running inside and creating a havoc in your mind, when you drop it, you will see that responsibility will become synergy. That is synchronized energy. So understand the science of feeling. You can feel anything as joy or anything as pain. It is your freedom. See, whatever is happening in reality, 99% is happening in your brain. You are creating the reality that is happening. You are giving it words. You are giving it meaning. It is you who is responsible for all the happenings in your life. Right now, the kind of situation you are in, understand, it is you who is responsible. Now, when you start taking responsibility for all that is happening within you, for all the thoughts that are happening, and for all the words and meaning that you are giving to every situation in your life, when you start taking responsibility, you will suddenly see that it is not as bad as you are visualizing it. It is you who is giving power to everything around you. It is you who are deriving a conclusion to everything. You are arriving at conclusion. You are giving it meaning. You are feeling it as joy or pain. Again, everything depends on the way you look at it and you feel about it. It is completely your freedom. So, understand, even the greatest achievement can bring pain to you, and even the worst experience can be a joyful learning. You have the ability to decide how you want to feel. Whenever you feel empowered, you are joyful. Whenever you feel powerless, you experience suffering. So, again, it is up to you how you decide to look at everything that is happening in your life, how you want to feel about it. All your suffering, pain, anger, guilt, fear, jealousy, frustration, all the negative emotions are nothing but powerlessness expressing in different ways. When you feel responsible for everything that happens in your life, you will feel that everything is joyful because nothing can make you powerless. So empower yourself with responsibility and unlock the power of feeling. So, how do we do it? What are the steps that we need to take? First is to always act from a space of power and completion. Decide that you will be powerful in any kind of situation. That is when you live like gods. So, if you want to remain as a human being, you can continue to remain in powerlessness. But if you decide to become powerful in every situation, that is completion. That is living in complete completion. So always act from a space of power and completion. Start focusing on the solution, not the problem. Expand your inner space and open up new possibilities. Gain a high degree of control over your life. Raise yourself to the next level of success and evolve into a new being. So, these are the steps that you can take immediately and evolve as a new being. Let us do an exercise, a short exercise to unlock the power of feeling. Now, write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. The first step, we will be writing down all the areas of our life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. For example, at work or in relationships. You want to express, but you're not able to express the way you want to express. And you are experiencing that shrinking because you're not able to express yourself fully. You are suppressing and shrinking. So write down all the areas of your life. It could be at work with your boss where you want to express certain things, but you're not able to do it. You can also be experiencing something similar in your relationships. So you can write down any area. It could be at work, in relationships, and it could be any other area. If you are a student, it could be at your college or school with friends. So it could be at any area of your life where you want to express but you're not able to. Start writing down all the areas of your life where you are shrinking, where you shrink from expressing yourself completely. What is the other person going to think about me? What is the kind of image he or she will have if I express my real intentions? If I express whatever I'm going through, how is the other person going to respond? What is going to happen? Will I lose my job? Will I lose this relationship? So there could be so many things that are happening in your life. So write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. Let's take a few minutes and write down. Okay, let's continue. Now, if you have identified the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself completely, the next step would be for each of these areas of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions you take. So the next step would be to write down the words that you utter, and the actions that you take for each of these areas. Yes. So it could be fear, it could be withdrawal, it could be resistance, it could be anything. So, whatever is happening within, identify that and write it down. The words that you utter and the actions that you take. Look in and pen down. Okay, the final step is now to identify where you are not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. So, the first step, you wrote down the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself completely. In the next step, you wrote down the kind of thoughts that you have, the words that you utter, and the actions you are taking. Now, the final step is you will identify where you are not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. See, what we learned from this whole session on responsibility is when you start taking responsibility, the cosmos fills you with the energy. You become more authentic and there will be more integrity in your thinking. Now, with that understanding, look in and see where you are not taking responsibility. What is that which is holding you from taking responsibility for all the aspects of your life where you are, where you feel you are stuck, where you feel you are shrinking, you are not able to move forward, you're not able to expand, you're not able to enjoy that part of your life, you're not able to live wholly. Identify those areas where you are not taking responsibility and where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. See, when we become the change, when we change, everything else changes around us. We need to understand that. So, look in and see where, in which area, which part of your life, which aspect of your life you are waiting for external situations to change instead of taking on responsibility, where you are waiting for things to change externally. Look in and pen down. Now, if you have identified that aspect, or if there are various aspects, various areas in your life, choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. That would be the next step. Choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. Identify what has to change for that to happen. And once you identify, continue to follow up with yourself sincerely and record your progress. You can take maybe a week and observe and follow up with yourself sincerely and record your progress. What happens when you take responsibility? What happens when you decide to make the change happen? So choose any one area and declare your responsibility. Declare it now. When you do it in this program, see, Master's energy is conducting this program. The whole program, it is his energy, through his energy that it is happening. So you are on in this platform because understand you are a chosen one. You are a seeker, and that is how you have landed yourself in this program. Now, whatever needs to happen, if you just declare with integrity, with authenticity, when you declare, it becomes the responsibility of the master, the guru, to make it happen. So you can go ahead and do it confidently, choosing any area in your life, any one area in your life, and declaring responsibility for creating the new situation that you want. So declare with integrity and authenticity, and you will see it happening. All these days, what you thought were obstacles, or there was limited understanding, limited cognition, all that is going to break. You're going to break free from all the limitations, and you will see the expansion happening. And you can observe yourself, you can make notes, you can um, you can even ask your near and dear ones to observe your actions, and they will be able to help you. They will be able to see the changes that is happening in you, the expansion that is happening in you. And do it sincerely. Do it sincerely. You have the grace and blessings of the Master, and He will make it happen only when you declare with integrity and authenticity to taking on responsibility and becoming more responsible. That is going to make the changes happen in your life. And that is how you will be unlocking the power of feeling, just by declaring that you are responsible and you will take responsibility to make things happen. So once you unlock the power of feeling, the next step would be to unlock the power of thinking. So, how do you tune your thinking to your peak possibility? The power of thinking is the power to train and tune your thinking to its highest potential. What is authenticity? How to be authentic? How to live authenticity? Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you can control your mind in the same way that you control your body's movements. You can decide and declare who you want to be. It is possible to train your mind and encourage only the thoughts that are in alignment with your highest possibility, discouraging and completing with disempowering ideas. Is thinking accidental? When you unlock the power of thinking, you will be able to spontaneously focus your thoughts to achieve your highest potential. Constantly functioning at your peak possibility is authenticity. Authenticity is the key that unlocks the power of thinking. Now, what is authenticity? To put it in very simple terms, it is constantly functioning at your peak possibility. That is authenticity. And authenticity is the key that unlocks the power of thinking. So you need to understand that you don't have just one identity as you imagine. You have four identities. Yes, you heard it right. You have four identities, and at all times you carry all the four identities or dimensions together. The first of these four identities is Mamakara or inner image. It is the inner image and experience you carry about yourself. Like, for example, I am healthy, I am ugly, I am intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. These are all examples of the inner image. Okay? So, this is what you think about yourself, you feel about yourself, and you carry this all the time. You carry many such inner ideas about yourself. Unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahamkara or outer image. It is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. Let me repeat. You may try to project yourself as powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. The next identity is others' image of you. The image or expectations that others have about you. This is called anyakara or others' image about you. How others perceive you may be different from how you project yourself to them. Because people create their opinion about you from the subtle signals you give them rather than what you openly project. So you can project yourself as a very courageous person, but you may be holding on to certain fears that others may able to be see. They will be able to see that subtle signals that you give them. So again, being courageous and from the outside and being fearful from inside is one example. It could be so many other things. You may project yourself as a very generous person, but the other person may be looking at you as a very miserly person. So, how others look at you, the image or expectations that others have about you. Now, human beings are intelligent enough to catch even what you don't say, or especially what you don't want to say. The fourth identity is the life image, which is very subtle because it is not directly related to you. It is called Swa Anyakara or life image. Life image is what you experience life to be for you. For example, you may feel life is lonely or life is complicated or life is scared or scary. Life is always showering me with everything I need. It could be positive or it could be negative, how you look at life. Please understand this is also your identity because it defines the exact experience you will be receiving from people and situations in your life. Authenticity means living at your peak in each of these dimensions. So, what happens? You are carrying all the four identities at all times. Now, let us understand the source of conflicts. How you arrived at that inner image, how you came to that, how do you cognize the whole thing, your inner image, your outer image, your life image, and others' image. Now, let us understand the source of conflicts. The way you think about yourself and the way you project, there is a gap, isn't it? Now, let us see how this gap, what is the source for this gap to happen. A thought pattern is a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience like failure, rejection, being punished, being subjected to abuse, or witnessing the death of a loved one. During such moments of crisis, you create an idea about yourself and life, like I am weak, or I am a failure, or nobody loves me, or life is dangerous, so I have to be very careful. Almost all root thought patterns are negative, even the ones which may lead to success in your life, because they are born out of your feeling of powerlessness. So let us understand what is a thought pattern. It is a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience like failure, rejection, being punished, being subjected to abuse, or witnessing the death of a loved one. During such moments of crisis, you create an idea about yourself and life, like I am weak, or I am a failure, or nobody loves me, or life is dangerous, so I have to be very careful. Now, almost all the root patterns are negative, even the ones which may lead to success in your life, because they are born out of your feeling of powerlessness. So, the common root thought patterns are so the common root thought patterns are I am a failure, nobody loves me, I am alone, I am ugly, life is out there to cheat me, I am weak and unhealthy, I am powerless, so I have to please everybody. Life is hard, so I have to be extra smart. Life is too big for me to understand. Now, it could be all of these, or it could be some of these, or it could be just one of this. That these are all the common root thought patterns. All thought patterns are based on inadequate cognitions because life is different every moment and you need to respond to it spontaneously. But right now, you are nothing but a bunch of programmed actions and patterns that never let you contact life as it happens. You have many thought patterns, but a root thought pattern is one of the few defining thought patterns that are continuously running your life without your knowledge. Yes. So, all these identities you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about you. Even others' image about you is an idea that you have created in them. So understand you are the creator of all your identities. You are the creator of all your identities. When one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? All your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. When all your identities or images are in tune, your thinking will be aligned in one direction. Your thinking becomes clear and sharp like a laser beam, and you will awaken the power of thinking. So, it is authenticity. It is authenticity which is going to unlock the power of thinking. When you become authentic, your thinking becomes clear and sharp like a laser beam, and you will awaken the power of thinking. Your thinking goes hand in hand with the way you want to build yourself. These four parts of your thinking need to be completely purified. So look inside and identify the images that you carry about yourself. You can then rewrite what you feel will be the peak possibility, the best qualities you can possess of these four images. You can make 4 columns. You can write your inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. So you will fill those. It can be one, it can be many. There will actually be many, but you would not even have looked in to understand your these identities, these four images. So it's time to look inside and identify the images that you carry about yourself. And then once you have written down, once you read and write and understand, you can then rewrite what you feel will be the peak possibility, the best qualities you can possess of these four images. So let your thinking be always aligned to your peak inner image, peak outer image, peak others image, and peak life image. Yes, Alex Pacman. So you are asking a question that you have not, you missed the Shiva Diksha, and if you can watch it on YouTube to get initiated and have Shaktipat, the answer is no. You have to be in Swamiji's presence. You have to be in the live darshan during the Shiva Diksha. Swamiji is watching each and every being. It is not just your physical presence there. He is looking at each and every being and initiating that being into the Shiva Diksha. So it is very important for you to be on two-way, to be initiated into Shiva Diksha. So you cannot have it whenever you want it. You can have it only on the days they are announced. If you missed it in this season, you can have it in the next season. So you'll have to attend the program all the days. So on the next season, the dates will be announced. So you on day one, Swamiji initiates people into Shiva Diksha. So you have to be there on two-way to receive the Shiva Diksha. You can continue to attend the program now. You can continue to imbibe all the truths. By the end of this program, so much you will see that so much of transformation has happened in you, and it becomes more easy for you to receive the Diksha when you complete this program and you start the next program. That on day one, you will be initiated into the Shiva Diksha. So please wait for the next dates to be announced, and you can be receiving the Shiva Diksha on that date. You have to be on two-way in the program to receive the Shiva Diksha. And you have to attend the whole day's program to receive the Shiva Diksha. Okay, so let's continue. Yes. So your inner image will be much lower than the identity that you project outside to others. Understand this very important truth. If you can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space, in your thinking space. And whatever you can think of as yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. Now, to begin with, make 2 columns in your workbook titled Inner Image and Outer Image. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you carry about yourself. As we saw previously, the inner image could be I am weak, I am friendly, I am unlucky, etc. It could be anything. The inner image, only when you look in, you will be able to understand and see what is the inner image that you carry about yourself. In the second column, you can write down the corresponding outer image. For example, from within you feel you are friendly, but how do you project yourself to others? Do you project yourself as a friendly person, or do you project as yourself as a very introvert kind of a person? It could be you are friendly, but you're not comfortable with outsiders or with people. When people are around, you're not comfortable. You could be a friendly person, but you may not be feeling comfortable when you are in the midst of people. So that could be your outer image. Sometimes your inner image and your outer image could be the same. You may feel that you are a friendly person from within, but you will also be exhibiting that quality. You can be a friendly person. You will be a friendly person. Sometimes your inner image and your outer image tends to be the same, but sometimes there will be a gap. There will be a conflict. You may feel that you're very lucky from within, but you may also feel that you're not lucky in certain aspects. So you will write down all your inner image about yourself and the outer image, how you project yourself outside. So once you write down your inner image and your outer image, now compare each inner image and outer image you have noted down. So go to the first column and read your inner image, and then read the outer image that you have written down and compare both the images. Wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image, what you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. For example, wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image to your outer image. Do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. So continue to repeat this for every inner image and outer image and compare both identities. Whatever qualities are best in both, choose those and draw a star against all your best qualities. If there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your outer image to match that. If there are some great qualities in the outer image you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. Continuously tune yourself to your peak image. So, this exercise is to align your inner and outer image. So, quickly write down, make 2 columns, write down your inner image and your outer image, and then compare each inner image and outer image you have noted down. So, wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image, what you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. So continue to repeat it for all the inner and outer image. So once you have done this exercise, next, what you need to do is finding out what you really want in your life. Now, authenticity in thinking, that is, bringing authenticity to your thinking. It has two steps. The first step is to find out what you really want in life by sincerely contemplating on what you want your four dimensions to be. So, once you've made the list, now write down your best inner image, your best outer image, your best others image, and the best life image, and place it by your bedside or your office desk or any place where you can see it as soon as you wake up and the whole day where it is visible. You can put it in such a place where it is visible and you are able to see it the whole day. First thing, when you wake up in the morning, read all the best inner image, your the best outer image, the best others image, and the best life image. You can also have it as your screensaver in your phones or your laptops. You can type and have it as a screensaver. Now, identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. What is it that is coming in the way to being yourself, to becoming that what you want to become? One of the biggest obstacles for most people is self doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures. So, self doubt is nothing but a negative thought pattern that happens at a very young age. It starts very early in life, and it is because of past failures and the memory of the past failures that we carry. Whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Whichever thought is not in alignment with, complete with it. Consciously, decisively complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with those patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. When you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking and you will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. In Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step known as manana, authentic thinking. So let your thinking be established in authenticity, continuously expanding you towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts, that makes whatever you think into a success. And then you have unlocked the power of thinking. So, to know more about authenticity, you can also watch many discourses on authenticity. You can visit Life Bliss Foundation on YouTube and you can type the keywords authenticity by Nithyananda. You will find a whole playlist. When you watch more discourses, you have a better understanding. So, authenticity is the key to power manifestation. To understand integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching through the five phases of Sadashiva. Okay. So, with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment. You will be continuing to learn more on the four powers, how to apply it in your personal lives. You will be doing more exercises for better understanding. So please continue to attend the program the whole day and receive the initiation. So only when you attend the whole day's program, the initiation will have its effects. when you don't attend the whole day's program and just sit for the initiation, it is only a side effect. It is only partial, it is not complete. So try to attend the whole program for ultimate results. Now let us conclude this segment with the Purna Mantra. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us chant the Purna Mantra. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवं पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्. Thank you all for your participation. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Let's start our session with Sadhguru. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaतीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Yeah, everyone, let's start our sessions today with the power manifestation. So let's start with the third eye power manifestation. Yes. So now please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Is there anyone new here who never participated in the power manifestation? Please do let me know in the chat. So there are some questions that I want to answer. I hope the other Acharya is already answered, but still I missed Shiva Diksha initiation on 26th. Can I have it on the YouTube to get initiated into Shakti Path? So basically, I have answered the question in earlier sessions. Shiva Diksha, you cannot just get from the YouTube. Swamiji initiates you with the Gayatri initiation and Shiva Moola mantra. It has to be two-way And only when Swamiji live, you can get the initiation, or if you are getting initiation via any video, that has to be blessed. Um, you know, there are certain occasions like that, but not just the YouTube. I just wanted to make it clear. So you can just attend next season. We have almost monthly 2 seasons are happening. No, every month we have seasons program starting. On the day one of the program, you can get the initiation. Alex, is it clear? Next season on day one, please attend to get the Shiva Diksha. Surely you will not be initiated via YouTube. Am I audible? Thank you. Can I have it tomorrow? Like, no. Yeah. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We're going to manifest the power of third eye. Can you all please come in front of camera? Atma Jyotikananda, Manitya Jnana. Good one. Are you attending for the first time? Actually, your name suggests you did. Okay. Yes. This is an, yeah. All right. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So we're going to manifest the power of third eye. When you awaken to the powerful presence of the truth, surrender happens. Wonderful. So let's start manifesting the power of third eye. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I'm projecting the picture now. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
आनंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Whatever you studied, others of the course, right? Others of the 50 course. Yeah. What? Why? There is a perfect conceal. Wonderful. Both of you answered. Now, today we are learning four factors. The four powers. And whatever we learned so far, let's internalize the previous session. So, Isaac. Okay, I will do one thing. Let me fix my sound. Now let's do one internalization exercise. So, the question. Isaac, yes, question and answer session. It depends, many times. It's not scheduled as such, but he will definitely answer whatever questions you have. Sometimes it may not be verbal, right? So, yeah. So let's do one internalization exercise. So what is tattva? Tattva in Sanskrit means unit principle on which cosmos functions. The principle, the unit principle. What did we learn? Why practice tattva? Why practice tattva? To unlock. So we are just internalizing what we learned so far. So what is tattva? A unit principle of the cosmos. So why to practice? Why practice tattva? To unlock the four inner powers. You actually have the power to simply manifest the reality of your choice. The key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking these four inner powers that are continuously available to you. So what are those powers? The power of words or Vak Shakti in Sanskrit. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, from time immemorial, everyone is so, their words, they utter the word, they become reality. They have such a Vak Siddhi. They have the power of words. Whatever words
Sorry. Are you able to hear me? Am I audible properly? Are you able to hear me? Yeah. So the power of words. Everyone used to have the Vak Shakti. If they bless, that become reality. If they curse also, that become reality. Because they always followed the integrity. Integrity used to be the life for them. If they give word, they keep their word more than their life. And the power of thoughts, Mano Shakti. The power of feeling, the power of living. So these four, by following the integrity, the first one, when we follow the integrity, we get the Vak Shakti. And that means that whatever you utter will become reality. And when you are authentic, all the time practicing authenticity, you get the thoughts, whatever thoughts, Mano Shakti will become reality. The power of feeling, Prema Shakti, and the power of living. We'll be learning more details of each one of these. What is power of words? Vak Shakti is when you unlock the power of words, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and most effective words towards yourself and towards others. And what is the power of thoughts? Mano Shakti. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in your job, relationships, education, finances, and life itself. Just visualize what success you want in life at the moment. Yeah. So the power of feeling teaches you to how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. Each of these we'll be learning in more detail. And power of living. You're truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. So let's learn of all these, unlock these 4 powers we'll be learning today. How are the tattvas and 4 powers related? We just are learning, we're not done to learn the 4 tattvas, that means the 4 principles of life. And we are also talking about the 4 powers, how they are related. We'll be learning this shortly. Let's get actually in more details to learn the, I think we are not done learning the 4 powers, and once we learn all the 4 powers, we'll get back to this session. Now let's learn the more details of the power of words. You have learned the basics of the power of words. Now we are going to learn more details of the power of integrity. Integrity, practicing integrity in our life, how we get the power of our words. Just listen from Swamiji's own voice to understand integrity. It's a compilation from various satsangs of what Swamiji has spoken in various satsangs.
The first thing I wanted to share with you, nothing is needed from your side other than declaring simple integrity. Just simple integrity, and listen to these satsangs, that is enough. This system is now fully ripe with extreme compassion and life positive attitude. Understand? When I declared my simple integrity to my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, all I know is what he loves, I will love. What he hates, I will hate. What he wants, I will want. What he does not want, I will not want. That's it. That's what I call simple integrity. You don't even need to struggle, because I am going to give you the most powerful logic in which Paramashiva functions. Understand? Please, all of you understand this one point. We always think we are too smart. Just by coming to conclusion, we can execute the conclusion. Whenever I try to speak elaborately about vegetarian lifestyle or compassion, people try to intervene and say, Swamiji, what do you want to say? You mean I should be vegetarian, I should drop non-veg, that's all, na? Okay. But whoever talks like that, I've always seen they fail when they start executing. Understand? Listen very carefully. If you try to jump to conclusion without loading yourself with enough powerful cognitions,
your conclusions will not be powerful enough to break your patterns. So when you struggle, when your conclusions are not powerful enough to break your patterns, when you struggle, when your conclusions become powerless, you enter into frustration and your anger turns towards Guru and the whole system, science. Understand, whenever you are not able to make your conclusions into reality, gather more knowledge, more powerful cognitions. The higher logic with which the powerful cognitions can be realized in your system, can become reality in your system. Gather them. Deleting all the wrong ideas you have about life, body, mind, consciousness, time, universe, world, about anything, deleting all of it and updating yourself with the new software is what I call integrity. Listen, integrity is not moral. It is not moral. It is a frequency. Integrity with me means frequency. You will not come late to the class. Moral means you will be struggling. You really want to come and you will have a reason why you should not come. Absolute hypocrisy. The extreme hypocrisy I have seen is, I really want to be there, Swamiji, I don't want to miss Swamiji. Lies and lies and lies. See, lies which you yourself believe is called hypocrisy. Hypocrisy, when you express it to others, it is called lies. Lies which you believe is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is the worst smell. Listen, the simple direct definition of integrity is honoring every word you utter to yourself and others as life. Listen carefully. Thought currents you are entertaining is talks going on with yourself. Be careful about your thinking because you are listening. Be careful about your thinking, your thought currents, because you are listening. Even if you think, I am not integrated, the next thought current, is it, I will make myself integrated, or is it, nothing can be done, this is the way, somehow I push my life. The second thought current matters. Listen carefully. When I give this integrity definition, honoring every thought current you are cherishing within you and every thought current you are cherishing by sharing with others, honoring it as your life, is integrity. The thoughts you share with yourself, I should say thought currents, because with yourself it's not single thoughts, it's like a bunch of flow. With others it's a single thought because it's a words. Listen carefully. With others you share in linear way, one by one by one. With yourself, you share bundles and bundles. If you can share bundles and bundles with others, you and he are in extraordinary at oneness. Sometimes some of my disciples, with them I can share bundles of thought currents without expressing much words. That is the way I received my teachings from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Otherwise, in 9.5 months, no way I could have received this whole Vedas and Agamas from him. I received from him as bundles of thought currents. Because the oneness was so strong. When you share with others, it is one thought, one thought, one thought. When you are talking to yourself, it's bundle of thought currents. Whether thought currents with you or thought currents with others, honoring it as life. Integrity is a frequency. Just integrity is enough for you to manifest Sadashiva's state, space, powers, everything. Nothing else is required. Just integrity is enough. You all might have heard, we have a third eye and it gets calcified by the fluoride. Same way, we have one more intra-organ called Vak, not internal organ. Internal organ is the card box. It's called vocal cord. Intra-organ is the Vak. Vak is the software of our vocal cord. Third eye. Physically also there is a third eye, and you need a software to operate the third eye. That software is what I am giving as third eye initiation. That physical software, if it is physical hardware third eye, if it is decalcified, we remove it by Panchakriya and vegetarian food, this lifestyle. Same way there is something called Vak. It gets calcified by all the lies you uttered from the time you started your life. Understand? Listen carefully. Anything you know and you change, the Vak gets affected. Means the frequency of Vak comes down. If your Vak is raised to high frequency, I can give you one initiation, materialize. You will start materializing, that's all. Why the Balasans, the moment I initiate, start manifesting powers, and why many of the adults are struggling? It is because the Vak is in such frequency, the frequency is not even matching. I am in Jupiter, you are in somewhere, Patala, means underworld. Understand, it is a frequency. Getting you to integrity means two things. You declaring from this moment, I will maintain my word as my life. The words I express to others are words I cherish inside. I'll treat that as life. That is for future. Past decalcification need to be cleaned. Detoxification need to be done. That can be done only by you remembering all the lies you uttered, which you are able to remember, and completing with them. Strange conclusions you create in your life without simple integrity is what I call virus inside, which continues to keep you as a slave forever. This is the straightforward, most practical solution. You need to understand almost 99% of your conclusions, the cognitions you carry about you, life, strange stupidity. If I wear the black dress today, the whole day will be bad. How you came to conclusion? If I see somebody in the morning wearing black dress, the whole day will be bad. How you came to the conclusion? Coming to strange conclusions and operating to strengthen those conclusions in your life. Understand what I am talking. I am giving a very superficial examples. I can go deeper. Go deeper. When your body is in good energy, after a cup of coffee, how you think and perceive, how your cognitions are. When you are tired, bored, body is tired, how your cognitions and perceptions are. See, your cognitions, your irritations, your inspiration or boredom is not logical. It is just a cup of coffee. It is just few chemicals and hormones. Distrusting your cognitions and trusting integrity as your software. Listen. Just disowning all your cognitions, deciding to catch up with the integrity. Integrity means I am defining. Every thought current you cherish, you should put your whole being to fulfill it, because every thought current you cherish is a promise you are giving to yourself. Either you put your whole being to complete it, fulfill it, or you drop it and complete it. That's all is integrity towards yourself. Listen, I'll repeat once more. Every thought current you cherish is a word you give it to you. So you should work putting your whole energy to make it into reality. If you are sure you can't make it into reality, complete and drop it. Don't entertain, enjoy anymore. Do not date if you are not going to commit. Same thing outside. Give a word only when you are going to live it. If not, drop it. Just this one, only one, integrity, replace all your cognitions. Your cognition about God, your cognition about world, your cognition about life, your cognition about society, your cognition about your body, your cognition about your mind. Replace it just with this simple, straightforward integrity. The kind of a transformation you will go through, I tell you. In Ayurveda, there is a very simple, Very simple, one verse by a great Siddha. He gives deathless life, the art of deathless life. Take care, the throat is always clear. You will not have death. Looks so simple. One true, the statement is true. Second, all problems start with your throat infection. If you can take care, the pashana, the medicine is stored in the throat, you will never in anything you do, you know the first principle. Am I right? First statement. For example, lawyer, he is committed to his client. Doctor, he is committed to life. Engineer, he is committed to the product he is delivering. The first principle of your existence, being integrated to the first principle of your existence without the fine print footnotes. See, all of you know the first principle of your existence. Am I right? Being committed to that, being integrated to that. All the other utility transactions cannot touch the integrity of your first principle. They may be there, may not be there. But the first principle cannot be compromised. Cannot be compromised. I tell you, first principle brings strength. Understand? Integrity to first principle is strength. That is what Sadashiva calls it as Swadharma. He uses the word Swadharma in Agama. Means your first principle is Swadharma. All of you are very clear about your first principle. Am I right? What is your first principle? Means your declaration about you to the world. All of you know your first principle. Being integrated to that, that's all.
When you say we know the first principle, it's something that changes from time to time, isn't it?
Time to time.
Yeah.
I should say, the practical application may change time to time, but not the first principle itself. First principle itself does not change time to time. Surely it doesn't change.
Like you said, if someone becomes a doctor, then he wants to become an engineer. Then
Oh, no, what I am saying, that time what I said, multidimensional. That I used. Here what I said is, your main commitment. Even if you are doing multidimensional, then your first principle should be, when I am declaring myself as a doctor, I am committed to life. When I am declaring myself as a lawyer, I am committed to client. When I am declaring myself as an engineer, I am committed to the delivery of the product. That's all. So that's the first principle. What I am declaring, that forms my first principle. Your first principle is your Swadharma. And being integrated to your Swadharma without shaking or letting your integrity to be shaken by any of the outcomes and side effects. Whether you are praised or blamed or showered, supported or beaten, being integrated to your first principle. Integrity raises the prana level. integrity, anything which your cognition cognizes. As on now, I can give you example of how your cognition cognizes anger and lust and even hunger, fear. In that frequency, if you cognize the power of integrity, you will be powerful forever. You will be powerful forever. Not just feeling powerful, you will start manifesting powers. Because if you are integrated to your wife, you will have a very good home. If you are integrated to your boss, you will have very good office. If you are integrated to Guru, you will have amazing cosmos. Your integrity is directly integrity to me. I was successful in integrity when I was young because I made it very personal. Like I have to get up and run because I am going to see Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It was such personal, intimate experience. I became successful in integrity. Not any other logical practices. Practice may make you perfect, not integrated. Cognitive shift makes you integrated. Decision makes you integrated. That is why when you miss integrity, I am not asking you to practice integrity. I am making you to decide to be integrated from now. Declarations are decisions of reminding yourself, let me burn me with integrity. Let me awaken me to my integrity. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let's make integrity as a cognition today. See, once it becomes cognition, your chemical change, you see, all your sleep, everything is just chemical change, nothing else. If you keep your tube in your mouth and early morning pour the coffee, you will just wake up. Your sleep is nothing but, your struggle with the whole sleep is nothing but half a cup of coffee. No, really. Romanceless relationships are all nothing but masturbation. Understand? That is why in any relationship, romance is more important than the physical component of it. All your struggle with the sleep or tiredness or boredom is nothing but simple chemical imbalance. If you are feeling sleepy, tired, tell yourself it is not mental, it is just physical chemical imbalance. Integrity will clean it up. When you clear chemical imbalance using integrity, you bring tremendous health to your system. Understand? If you don't sleep because you are watching movie or some other entertainment, Facebook or something else, you may fall sick. But if you don't sleep because you are practicing certain integrity or tapas, you will never fall sick. Only your body will become healthy. Sattvika Ananda person gets, I can't even describe the benefits, because the benefits happening in the physical level, in the muscle memory level, physiological level, psychological level. When the pitta in your brain, that layer of pitta reduces, only then your system develops a power called eating its own dead cells and cleaning up, which is the energy of Rudra. Understand? Listen. Just now, few days before, one fellow got Nobel Prize for Physics. His research project, I studied his research project. Why he got? It is all about the science of how the body is eating its old dead cells and how it can be supported and encouraged. Please listen. For what he got the Nobel Prize now, at least 60,000 years before, elaborately Sadashiva describes. I can give you precise word. Now I think in English they use the word autophagy or something. I can give you the precise word in Sanskrit, in Agama, and the precise principle. Joy in the brain, first thing it does. Maybe some of my Adinavasis will be wondering, 24 hours last 6-7 days I was with him. When he read this, don't ask those questions. And precisely the Sattvika Ananda, what it does, listen, it will clean up the pitta layer in the brain, means the layer which makes you powerless, tired, and withdraw from the life for no reason. So actually, when the pitta layer attacks you, suddenly you will feel like frustrated and don't want to get involved with anything. If you come face to face with your mother-in-law or boss, or the people whom you don't want to see what happens to you at that moment, imagine that's the same thing, the pitta layer spreading. Listen, this Sattvika Ananda first thing cleans up that subtle layer of pitta, that's one. Second, it awakens the Rudra energy in you, which makes your system eat all the dead cells and dead parts of you and clean up. Just clean up. And this cleaning up is very important to keep you young, to keep you energetic, to keep you healthy, to keep you blissful. As long as this Rudra energy is alive in you, you will not die, you will be immortal. They will be highly efficient, highly integrated. Have a passion for Sattvik Ananda. Have romance with Sattvik Ananda. The non-violent bliss, peaceful bliss, where you don't hurt anybody, but it is joy for you. grow more and more of Satvika Ananda in your system. Activities which makes the Satvika Ananda in your system, you will become efficient, you will become integrated, you will be just glowing, you will be completely healthy. The Rudra energy in you will be so alive. You will be young forever. It's an amazing beauty technique. Actually, if you are a participant in the Kirtan and jump, I tell you, so much of Satvika Ananda, biomemory will get into your system. It will help you in every process so powerfully. See, especially when you jump and all, the bliss is inhaled by every pore of your body. Every pore of your body, the bliss is inhaled. It becomes part of your muscle memory and biomemory. Of course, doing puja is surely Satvika Ananda, but you don't use the whole body to do puja. But with these kirtans, it's like a whole body is used. The way your body flows with that, I can tell you, the level of integrity you have and the efficiency are the vision about life.
Now, let's do one internalization exercise on this. Whatever you learn on the power of words, integrity, let's do one internalization exercise. So what we learned so far is integrity is honoring every word that you utter to yourself and others. Right? Say if you commit to get up, 4 o'clock to do yoga, keep that word, even though you give it to yourself. If you cannot keep it, at least take back, complete that word. Then otherwise non-integrity space is created. So my simple integrity to my guru. That is what? All I know is what he loves, I love. What he hates, I will hate. What he wants, I will want. What he does not want, I will not want. That's it. That's what I call simple integrity. Deleting all the wrong ideas you have about life. Your body, your mind, consciousness, time, universe, all the cognition that we have about everything about this world, about anything as a matter of fact. Deleting all of it and updating yourself with the new software. is integrity. Now, getting back to integrity, let's do this exercise for next 15 minutes. Getting you to integrity means two things. You declaring from this moment, I will maintain my word as my life. Right? The words I express to others are words I cherish inside. I will treat that as life. That is for future. Then what happened to the past, what we did? The decalcification needs to be cleansed. Detoxification needs to be done. That can be done only by you remembering all the lies that you uttered, which you are able to remember, and completing with them. So, all of you now write down all that, whatever you uttered to others but did not fulfill, or whatever you told to yourself, you commit to yourself, you give word to yourself but did not fulfill. Write down whatever you, there may be many, thousand, but if you remember 20 of them, write down that 20 and complete with them. You just say, what does it mean? I declare I'm taking back this word. Right? Simply. Bringing awareness to how many words they're uttering but not fulfilling. This exercise is for that. Bringing your attention, your awareness to what you are actually up to. And then after you declare completion, you take back your words, then declaring that from this moment onwards, I'll be in integrity. Whatever I will, words that I give to myself, to others, I'll keep that word. Or at least I complete. At least I take back that word. Complete with that word. So next 15 minutes, we are going to do this. Any questions on integrity? Let me know. Please start writing. Nithyananda, everyone. So you want to share? What are your realizations, and you want to share anything? You can please go ahead and share quickly. Now we are going to move on to the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. Our next segment of the session is the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. So for that, you bring your coconuts, and if you do not have the coconut, you can just get a round fruit. Please quickly go ahead and get it, and we'll be doing the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. Yes. Now, now receive powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please quickly open the book. 2 minutes. Receive your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yes. Now, please sit straight. Your life is nothing but the totality of the conscious choices that you continuously made. Yes. Now let's start manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. For those of you who are really comfortable, you can move on to the next level. Either you can command the object to move whatever side you want, like move left, move right, move back, front. You can command the direction it should fall. For those of you who are doing initial level, just place your object, either fruit or coconut, on your palm. The palm should be straight line, and place your coconut on the palm. Now, please sit straight with your head neck back straight line and start visualizing Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You be in the space of manifesting. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object on your hand to move, to roll. So intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Continue to chant the Mahavakya and manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Yes. Now, all of you, please go ahead and share your experience of the consciousness over matter power manifestation. Whether you got the tingling sensation, you feel heavy, you feel lighter, you feel that your object is just lifted up, or it literally rolled down or vibrated, or you feel energetic in the body, whatever is your experience, please post it in the chat. So orange vibrating slightly towards the left. All right. So now we are going to learn the third power, responsibility. We already had the initial session. Now we are going to learn more about the power of the third tattva, the responsibility, the power of feeling. Many people think that responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally non-committed. Or you can be committed but never be responsible. Be responsible, not just committed. So what Swamiji says on this on Tattva, let's watch from the various satsang compilation about this session.
defining these two words. Responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally non-committed. You can be committed, never be responsible. I'll differentiate. I'll explain. If you are constantly thinking about your future from powerlessness and go on thinking what all can go wrong, your involvement is called commitment. If you are constantly looking at your future from the space of completion and go on looking at what all can go right, your involvement is called responsibility. Listen, I am the symbol of total responsibility and complete non-commitment. I am totally responsible, but completely non-committal. If just a devotee who has attended some free program sometime, if he is bitten by a snake or if he is caught into some accident or if he is in emergency, one phone call, I'll personally attend and talk to my secretaries or whoever and see to it that constantly is attended and I get the response back, whether healing or whatever. I can help. You will see that responsibilism. Same way, if you live around me, you can very clearly smell I am completely non-committed to the whole thing. Listen. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what all can go wrong is commitment. Any future plan which comes out of the completion, what all can go right is responsibilism. Responsibility. He asked me again, then what is accountability, Swamiji? I said, if you are constantly thinking from what all can go wrong, even if you are committed, you may be accountable, but you will not be accountable. You may be accountable, you will not be accountable. You will just stand and say, yes, this is what I am, what can I do? This is where I am. So understand, this subject is very, very, very confusing and people feel no. At least in responsibilism, I don't want this to be separated. Because in the name of responsibility, you get a little consolation to worry, space to worry. You are so addicted to worrying. I took away all your possibility for worry. If you are integrated, no worry. If you are authentic, no worry. But if you are responsible, you can continue to worry. In the name of responsibility. Now I am purifying the concept of responsibility. Listen. If you can move based on what all can go right. I am not saying don't look at what all can go wrong. You may not need to look at what all can go wrong if you look at what all can go right intensely. Looking at what all can go right I tell you, looking at what all can go right gives you the ability to start 2000 projects. Even if you win in 20, you will be in the space of unimaginable expansion. The mind which looks at what all can go wrong will not even move to the second project. People constantly say, from morning I was making this call, this. Understand, even when you are doing some action, is your worrying pattern keeping quiet? Is your lust pattern keeping quiet? Is your fear pattern keeping quiet? Even when you are working, doing your work, all the three are functioning. Same way, instead of lust, fear, worry, why can't your planning, celebration, gratitude function? It is just simple training. Whether you function from fear, lust, worry, or function from planning, celebration, gratitude, planning, completion, gratitude. Listen. I am giving you a very important sacred secret as per the yogic tradition. The moment you are born, you reside only in Anandagandha. Anandagandha is the space from which your soul, your consciousness operates in your body. While you are doing all your regular lifestyle routine, either you choose to allow your lust, fear, worry as an involuntary, habitual function, or you can voluntarily build planning, completion, gratitude. Either you can allow involuntarily lust, fear, worry, or planning, completion, gratitude. It is just consciously building. But don't tell me the worst lie. I was busy in this, so I could not do that. You have multiple possibility and multi-dimensional. You are multi-dimensional by nature. While you are working, if you are not planning in a multi-dimensional way, you are worrying or caught in the lust and fear. Be guaranteed about it. This truth needs to really get into your system. This truth need to really get into your system. Listen. Only then you will understand the difference between commitment and responsibility. If you don't take responsibility, you are beaten black and blue by commitment in the life. When you take responsibility, you are given the reward of the freedom from all commitments.
Cosmos works neither on communism nor on capitalism. It works on responsibilism. What is the responsibility you take in life? What is the context you set for yourself in the life? Based on that, you manifest. That's all. he manifests based on that. So the whole Sadashivatva is manifesting for the people who decided to do his work as not just first priority, only priority. See, first priority is different, only priority is different. Because they decided it as only priority, the manifestation becomes totally different, altogether in a different scale. Understand, my initiations are same, I am same for everyone. It is based on their context they receive. So the context sets the consciousness to a different frequency. So what you are, surely I am available for you as much as you can receive. I am available for everyone. See, I am like Ganga. If you come with a cup, carry me in a cup. If you come with a pot, carry me in a pot. If you come with a lorry, fill me in the lorry and go. If you come with huge container, fill me in the container and go. If you want to make a canal, make it. Up to you. I'll be flowing always. From my side, I neither have favoritism nor have any yes, no, all that. I just flow. Whoever wants to take whatever responsibility. Responsibilism is the law of the cosmos. Whoever takes responsibility, enjoy powers. The more power manifestation, more divine you become. Understand? Shakti comes with buddhi. Only siddhi comes without buddhi. Shakti is mother, siddhi is stepmother. That is why in Tamil, for stepmother and siddhi, both same word. Siddhi is chitti. Shakti is mother. Understand? First principle about manifesting powers, it will not strengthen your ego, it will only take you beyond ego. First. Second, manifesting powers means manifesting qualities, state and space of Sadashiva also. Understand? When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. I have always seen people who manifest powers have a very high level of integrity and unclutching, because if they do not maintain that too, the power manifestation will stop. Understand? How much ever you would have paid to buy your cell phone, but unless you charge every day, it will not function. How much ever you may manifest powers, unless the integrity of your life is maintained, it will not manifest. Actually, when you manifest powers, automatically the frequency of your integrity increases. The trust in integrity, trust in authenticity starts increasing. The reasons why you don't live a life of integrity is powerlessness. That starts melting down. With more and more power manifestation, powerlessness goes away. You become more integrated, more authentic. The second principle of power manifestation. Listen carefully. Shakti comes always with buddhi. Means more power manifestation, more integrity. More power manifestation, more unclutching. More power manifestation, more nirvikalpa samadhi. More power manifestation, more joy. More power manifestation, more restful awareness. More power manifestation, more responsibilism. More power manifestation, more enriching. More power manifestation, more bliss. What is power manifestation? Deciding. Listen. Integrity needs your declaration, but power manifestation does not even need your declaration. It only needs your decision. Deciding to be one with the original source, Sadashiva, which is you, even when you don't understand. He was using very few words. That is his beauty. Just with few words, he will make that click happen. You know. First he was trying to tell that everything is one. Few words. Somehow I was looking at him. He was not convinced that the click has happened in me. And many times both my gurus, Kuppamal and Vibhudanandapuri and Yoganandapuri, both have tried to explain Advaita to me. Annamalai Swamigal even used to read out Ribu Gita. Annamalai Swamigal was one of the enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. Used to read Ribu Gita in Tamil. But somehow that click never happened. But just with few words, no cunning strategies. No cunning strategies are going to work. Shortest distance between 2 points is straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Understand? Most powerful strategy for manifesting wealth, is integrity. Most powerful strategy. If you want 2-digit, 3-digit level money, maybe 1 or 2 lakhs or 1 or 2 crores, then cheating, stealing, all that may work. Robbing the bank, all that may work. But if you are really interested in living with wealth forever, living with wealth forever, the most easiest and the right strategy is integrity. Decide with responsibility. You will start contributing to the humanity. Understand? Manifesting your cognition is life. Understand? Whatever cognitions, conclusions you have about life in your life, you will go on be manifesting that every day. If you have the conclusion, you are going to fall sick day by day. The more and more you breathe every day, every night, finally, you will manifest that. It is your conclusions you manifest. If you have the conclusion, the cunning methods, cheating brings wealth, you will only be manifesting that, or waiting to some cunning methodology to click so you can manifest wealth. No. All waiting for cunning strategies to manifest wealth ends in frustration. And then you have a deep negative cognition about wealth. That is not going to happen for me. No. That is not for me. You end up there. In utter frustration. Then even if Sadashiva comes and gives the poetry, hey, go. You will be afraid. No. Who knows whether I am going to get the praise? Or beating? Listen to this. Fundamentally, the first truth of awakening wealth consciousness, I am not giving you this as a teaching, I am giving you this as a software programming. Just internalize and come to this conclusion, that's all. You don't need to practice it. Anything you need to practice. Practice is a 4-letter word for me. Coming to conclusion is all I ask from you. No belief, no faith, no. Coming to conclusion, integrity. The first cognition you need to have. The first conclusion I request you to arrive. No cunning strategy will manifest wealth in your life. You may grab little currency through cunning strategies, but it will never become wealth of your life. I tell you, I am traveling all over the world. I am seeing all the culture, country, every background beings. Still now, I have heard at least about thousands of types of lotteries, but not seen a single man who has become permanently wealthy, rich by a lottery. Understand? I have not seen a single man who really became wealthy, stayed with his wealth through a lottery. No. That's the most funny thing. then what is happening to all the big lotteries going on? The economy Sadashiva is teaching is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is responsibilism. The responsibility you take, that decides the kind of the wealth going to be around you. That's it. That's it. The first understanding, conclusion you need to arrive. Integrity is the best strategy for manifesting wealth. Second conclusion, listen. Second conclusion you need to arrive. Whatever I am talking is not teaching. The moment it is teaching, you will push it into a moral dustbin. All of you have a moral dustbin. Oh, everybody talks. What is there? You know how to dump that. For ages, that moral dustbin is what keeps you as you want, without transformation. You start, my mother all the times tells me to do yoga in the morning, but she doesn't do. Now from that moral dustbin starts growing in you. Anything you call it as teaching, you dump it in the dustbin and never do it. I am not giving you any moral teachings. Be very clear, don't push me into moral dustbin, no. I am talking to you. If you come to all these conclusions, you will live wealthy forever. And if you are not able to come to this conclusion, I will support you, help you by awakening your Kundalini Shakti to see these conclusions as reality. That's all. Anything which is truth goes on strengthening you. Even while you are working with it, while you are practicing it. The great truth Nithyanandoham, Shivoham. I am the ultimate possibility. When you work with this truth, understand, when I say I am the ultimate possibility, I mean you are the ultimate possibility. When you are working with the truth, even while you are working, it strengthens you day by day. But anything which is believed, which is not truth, which creates greed or fear in you, weakens you continuously. Even while you are believing it, not only after the disillusionment. After disillusionment, you will completely feel powerless. You will feel deprived, cheated. You lost, you wasted. Not that only after you get disillusioned, you will feel cheated and deprived. Even while you are working with it, you will feel powerless. Shivoham. Deciding to work with the truth, Shivoham. Please understand, this truth you can't just believe and keep quiet. The truth is so powerful, it will provoke you to work towards it. It will provoke you to work towards it. Truth
uttered by the right person, listened by the right being, provokes you to work towards it. It can never be one more sermon. No. Satsang is not sermon or discourse. After the discourse or during the discourse, you can be sleeping. Continue to be in slumber. But satsang provokes you. Neither during nor after you can be in slumber or sleeping. It provokes you. It awakens you. That's the right word I should use. It awakens you. While you are working with the truth, Shivoham, even while you are working, you have to take the responsibility for it. Don't expect somebody else can take the responsibility for your reality. If somebody else takes the responsibility for your reality, it will never be your reality. Yes, Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible, not for anything else. Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible. That is why his love is never appreciated. His love is not the cozy, comfortable feeling you felt in the name of love in your life when you were young. The pattern you believe as love. You cry and your mom rushes you and gives you food or candy. Your dad rushes to you and gives you some sweet and toys, whatnot. Your aunt brings you clothes. Your uncle brings you gift. What you believed as a love, the pattern of action reactions which you believed as love, you will not experience from Master, from an enlightened being. The love he radiates makes you like him. That is why you constantly feel you will feel energized when you come near the Master, when you are in his presence, when you listen to his words, when you imbibe his presence. But you will not feel the so-called love. And if you feel what you felt as a love pattern from the young age, from the Master also, maybe he is giving you little time to settle down and become comfortable. I do play the role of a father, mother, aunt, uncle for a few days till the transition happens for you. You need to move from that to this, but not more than that. My love will make you responsible for the great truth of Shivoham. For the great truth of your reality. Understand, The truth has to constantly strengthen you. Truth has to constantly strengthen you. Anything which weakens you day by day is a belief. Anything which strengthens you day by day is a reality. Sit and open your whole being and see what all is in you which is strengthening you day by day. Support them. Stand by them. What all is in you which weakens you day by day, complete with them and drop them. Whether it is emotion, beliefs, thought currents, patterns, ideas, theories, theologies, whatever is strengthening you day by day, it is reality. Work with it. Work more and more with it. Whatever is weakening you, whatever is weakening you, be very clear. It is beliefs. It is belief system. Beliefs weaken you while you are with it, after it leaves you. Both. Even after disillusionment, you will repent for wasting your time in those stupid beliefs. The first truth I want you to internalize today. Anything which strengthens you is reality. Cherish it. Meditate on it. Encourage it. Contemplate on it. Awaken it in you more and more and more. Take responsibility for it more and more and more. Anything which weakens you, be very clear, it is a belief system. Belief system either will create fear or greed, because that is the only way it can create the false excitement in you. Please understand, excitement is life.
Now we'll do one internalizing exercise on what we learned. So be responsible, not just committed. So responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally not committed, or you can be committed but never be responsible. Contemplate on this. Just few minutes, contemplate on this. Whatever you learn, few minutes, contemplate. How to find our responsibility versus commitment. So now let's finish the first one. Responsibility is not commitment, and commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally not committed. You can be committed, but never be responsible. Contemplate, pen down.
Now let's move on to our next segment. That activity is how to find our responsibility versus commitment. First step is in your notepad, make 2 columns. In the first column, list down your future plan. What do you want to do in next 2 days, in next week, in next month? Once you're done with step 1, now step 2 is now go over what you have written and check. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what are all can go wrong is commitment. Any future plan which comes out of completion, what are all can go right is responsibilism. So responsibility or responsibilities, it comes out of completion. If it is not coming out of completion, you say that I'm committed, but it's not responsibility. So pen down commitment or responsibilism at the second column, file. Now, update your plans from the space of completion. Now we're moving on to the next session. Power manifestation of consciousness over matter. One more round. As usual, for beginners, you can just put your coconut on your hand. If you do not have the coconut, bring your a fruit, a round fruit, apple, orange, apple, anything. So now please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Now visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object to move.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Please share your power manifestation experience in the chat. Quickly share your power manifestation experience.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
So so enriching others to live at their peak possibility is the ultimate way you can enrich with. Enriching is the strength of new life happening in you. When you enrich, it literally creates a new future. You rewrite the new future, and the old future just disappears. It becomes irrelevant to you. Now, enriching is a technique to create new future. Let's do one exercise. Make top 10 relationships in your life. After writing the top 10 relationships, second step, recall an event or incidences you remember where you could have enriched the other person but did not. After writing the first two steps, now third step will be complete with those incidences by declaring that you will enrich those relationships now onwards. Note down at least 5 new ways in it can enrich each of your top relationships. You could have, it could be new thought current, words, actions that you are now going to engage in to enrich and expand these people and relationships. Enriching is the commitment to the possibility of being superhuman. Let us all enrich ourselves and enrich the world with the living enlightenment lifestyle. Yes, you want to share anything, whatever your understanding, please do so. Now, let's listen from Swamiji more on the four powers.
Please start Kathopanishad second chapter 9th verse. No book. In Kathopanishad, second chapter, 9th verse. Once more. नैषा तर्केन मतिरापनेया प्रोक्तान्येनैव सुज्ञानाय प्रेष्ट यां त्वमाप सत्यत्रुतिर्बतासि त्वान्तृङ्नो भूयान् नचिकेत प्रष्टा. The translation: state of enrichment not attainable by logical understanding. Only by the being living these truths can it be transmitted. O Nachiketa, you have attained through your steadfastness. O Nachiketa, you attained through your Shraddha, sincerity, authenticity.
O Nachiketa, will another authentic seeker as you ever be found? Thanks to Bhaktimaya for beautiful translation. Ma Bhaktimaya for beautiful translation. Amazing. Now just adopt these few more rules. No negative word. Just like how we teach the Gurukul kids, the conscious cognizance. Zero negative word. Even no negative word is not right. Zero negative word. Am I right? So zero negative word. First rule. Second, all the if there are 10 words in each sutra, each word, all the possible available translation. Words should be made available in front of your eyes and then authentically cognize, consciously cognize and see to it the maximum words appear in the translation to give a complete perspective of what the Rishi is trying to express and convey to a student. This should be the law of translation. And very easily you guys can pick up Sanskrit. It's not a big thing. Very easily you can pick up. Every day if you memorize the mantra, sloka, and I am reading out the translation here, you just know, because if you are from Indian background, 80% of the words, any language you use is from Sanskrit. And you just know, you can just match it and see the meaning. Naisha dargena mathirapaneyo proktan yenaiva swinyanaya preshta. May I request all the ashramites to close down their book and chant once? Please close down all the books. Now start once more. Chapter 2nd, 9th verse. Stop. I wanted Gopika and Bhaktika to chant. Let me see. Start. Okay. Oh, they were not here. All right, all right. You guys start then. Start. Naisha dargena madhirapaneya proktanyenaiva sugnyanaya preshta yam tvamapa satyat rutirbadasi tvantrungno bhuyan nachiketa prashta. The state of enrichment not attainable by logical understanding, only by the being living these truths can it be transmitted. Only by the being who enriched himself with these truths can transmit it. Can you alter the translation? O Nachiketa, you have attained through your authenticity. O Nachiketa, will another authentic seeker as you ever be found? These tattvas becoming satya happens only by living. Please listen. Just today morning, we were having a commitments and completion session with ashramites. The subject came up was non-participation. I was just scanning. Why the non-participation? You see, Participation does not mean only picking up the mic and talking. Even in otherwise, how you involve, how your body language is, how you are listening, how you are cognizing. Fortunately, I can see what goes on in your mind. Maybe for you, unfortunately, for me, fortunately. So the cognizance and the listening is also participation. So I was scanning why the non-participation. Why the non-participation? Suddenly I discovered the root. Why the non-participation? When you have a different personalities and constantly try to engage them in an inauthentic way instead of integrating them. I gave an example. You have a lawyer friend from whom you need to have some help. You say, I'm going to become lawyer and become your junior. To appease him. Then you need some help from a doctor. You say, I'm going to become a doctor and your junior, your assistant. To appease him. Then you find an engineer from whom you need a help. I'm going to become an engineer and your assistant. You appease him. You find an IT consultant. I'm going to become an IT engineer and assistant to you. And you find a spiritual guru. You want to appease him. So for some reason, I'm going to become your brahmachari and sannyasi. In the beginning, you will have awareness. You are playing this game for certain purpose. Please understand, second time when you utter this, you will lose the power over your consciousness, your integrity. You will start believing the words you utter. Please listen. Second time any word you utter is your declaration. First time if you say, I am a criminal, it comes out of consciously, it will not make any impact on you. But this word sits inside you as a seed. Second time when you utter, you are a criminal, over. The word has started creating its impact on you. Because the seed now is becoming alive. So second time when you try to tell the liar, I am going to be your junior. You tell the Swami, I am going to become your brahmachari. You tell the doctor, you're going to become your assistant. The multiple personality inauthentic disorder starts growing in you. It is very unfortunate. Please understand. You yourself will be in a terrible confusion. Second, you will go on be cheating everybody. Third important thing, when you are in the lawyer office, suddenly doctor comes and asks you, what are you doing here? You said you are going to become a doctor and my assistant. You suddenly jump out of the room, lawyer office room, and tell him, yes, I am coming. I have just come here to see him. I am not going to become a lawyer and his junior. Don't worry. I am coming there only. And suddenly your engineer friend to whom you promised you are going to become his assistant, he sees you when you are sitting at the feet of your guru. And he sees you and asks, what are you doing here in this ashram? You say, no, I just came here for 1 or 2 days. I am just here, don't worry, I am not going to become brahmachari, I am not going to become ashramite. I am coming there as your assistant, don't worry. Understand, in every line, what you created is destroyed the moment you make this statement. The moment you make a statement to a doctor saying, no, I am not doing anything with the lawyer, I am not going to become assistant, don't worry. It is whatever you studied or worked in that line, destroyed. And then when you make the statement to your IT friend, no, I am not in the ashram. I am just staying here for 1 or 2 days. I am coming there. I am not going to be here. I am not going to be here. When you say, whatever you learnt here from me is destroyed, it is not going to be useful for you in your life anymore. It is like a karna, giving a false promise and hope to Parasurama and learning every vidya. Finally, Karna was able to use that vidyas. No. Because these vidyas function on authenticity. It is the authenticity which gives life to these vidyas. I tell you, just yesterday night I was working on the code. In Meenakshi's time, people used to have a stone slab in their houses which acted like a television. Only thing they will have to do is they have to sit in that seat and create the sound vibration. And then immediately they will be able to have darshan of Meenakshi through that slab and talk to her, get instructions, anything they want. I was wondering why now it is not possible. If you restore your authentic integrity, every sound you create will have a result. Because you are out of integrity, the sounds you create neither has effect on you nor has effect on others. Patanjali says, just chanting Om, you are in Samadhi. Ramanuja's Guru says, chant Om Namo Narayanaya 108 times, you will reach Vaikuntha. Ramanuja says, chant only once, you will reach Vaikuntha. And Shankara goes to the extreme, chant the name of Govinda once, drink 1 drop of Ganges water, or read half sloka of Bhagavad Gita, you will be liberated. Then why all that is not happening for us? Then we start doubting, maybe Patanjali is a liar, or Shankara exaggerated, Ramanuja was hypnotized by the glory of Narayana. No, you have become inauthentic. Integrity makes the sounds into reality. Especially, this is the instruction to all the pujaris, priests of Dhyanapetam. You have to maintain the highest standard of integrity. Only then your mantras will invoke gods and goddesses either in the deity or in the fire. And the offerings you do will reach them and they will bless the person on whose behalf you are doing the offering. Only then the Vedic rituals will become science. All the priests of Dhyanapetam, pujaris of Dhyanapetam, this is the instruction for you. You have to retain high integrity and authenticity. And I also declare from today, till these pujaris restore their integrity and authenticity to the level, if they say, Prana Pratishtayamaham Garomi, I invoke this energy, the energy has to be there. If you are in integrity and authenticity, it will be there. It is the integrity and authenticity makes your sound, that sound vibration into reality. Till then, I wanted Gurukul kids to conduct rituals and chant mantras because they have a highest level of integrity and authenticity. We will have some Gurukul kids trained, especially the Prana Pratishta mantras, where the deity is invoked either in the god or in the fire. If I am not physically available there, it should be chanted by Gurukul kids. Only with highest integrity and authenticity, the sound you create will become reality. Only with the authenticity, the Brahmastra will become reality. Brahmastra, everything, the Pushpaka Vimana, Brahmastra, everything was operated based on the sound. Vedic tradition had everything we have now. They had the flight, they had helicopters, they had atom bomb, they had everything. It was operated through sound. In the modern Western world, we are operating everything through light energy, electricity. With Vedic tradition, we were operating through sound energy. Because we lost the integrity and authenticity, the sound we create already gets twisted, distorted, destroyed before even it comes to the throat. The moment you say, I will win, already 10 times you said, I am going to lose. How many of you feel, before even you complete the statement, I will win, already part of your fear, your being has declared, no, I will lose. I may tell, but I never win. How many of you cognize this truth? It means what? The destruction, distortion of the sound has already happened. How can it create a result? Now the cosmos does not know you want to win or lose, what to give you. Cosmos is standing, scratching the head. What do you want? The Pushpaka Vimana is standing in front of you. You want to take off? Get down. Right or left? Tell me. Because before you uttered the word right, part of you has already said left. Before you uttered the word up, the part of you has declared down. Highest level of integrity and authenticity is required for making the highest energies into your reality, as part of your reality. This exact way cosmos is standing in front of you. It doesn't know your instruction. It doesn't know exactly what you want. You think you are manipulating the lawyer, engineer, doctor, your guru and everybody. It is not. You are manipulating you. I tell you, inauthenticity is not required for your success and joy. For your success and fulfillment. Only when you realize inauthenticity is not required for your success and joy and fulfillment, whether your strategy for inside or the strategy for outside, you don't need inauthenticity. That is going to bring success to you. That is going to bring kirti to you. Srischa pushtischa kirtinjan runyatam Brahmanyam Bhaguputratam. It is going to happen to you only when you understand the inauthenticity is not required. We always think, no, inauthenticity is not required for my internal enlightenment and growth. Maybe for my external things, I still need for some time some more inauthenticity because this fellow is inauthentic. My lawyer is inauthentic. My doctor is inauthentic. My engineer is inauthentic. My Swami is inauthentic. So I'll retain my inauthenticity. No. If they are all inauthentic, they are in hell. You want to be in the same hell? The whole world being in inauthenticity does not justify your inauthenticity. When you decide to become authentic, you will create a right, authentic world around you. And you will simply go and get attracted to the authentic group and you will stay there. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, a fisherwoman who lives whole day with the smell of the fish, cannot sleep in the flower shop. Every story of Ramakrishna is just extraordinary. He says very beautifully, few fisherwomen went to sell the fish in the market. When they came back, when they were coming back to their village, it became too late. So they saw a small house on the way. They asked, can we sleep tonight here? It was a flower shop owner's house. The guy said, no problem, please sleep here, all three of you. Tomorrow morning you can go. So all three of them lie down, but they are not able to sleep. They were rolling, tossing. They were not able to sleep. They were not able to find the reason. Then one lady said, I know the reason now. Because the whole house was full of jasmine smell. He had a lot of flowers stuck. This lady went her old fish basket and brought the basket and sprinkled little water. Fish basket, if you put little water, it will smell. And they put it near their head. All of them slept peacefully. If you are carrying inauthenticity in you, you will be naturally attracted to a society of inauthenticity. If you decide to live authenticity and integrity, you will simply be attracted to the community, society which lives authenticity. No one can stop you. Your husband may stop you coming to the temple or ashram, but sitting in your bedroom, you are attending two-way video conferencing and you will be attending the satsang. I know there are so many devotees where the husband or wife is not allowing them to go to the ashram or temple. They sit in their house and attend the satsang. So, when you are carrying authenticity, nobody will be able to stop you. Nothing can stop you. When you are carrying inauthenticity, even living around me will not help you. One thing I want to make it very clear, understand. Whether it is the success of inside, internal, or success of outside, inauthenticity is not required. It is not going to be the successful strategy planning. Whether you want money or beautiful relationship, like a husband or wife, or the family, or the health, or wealth, or success in the outer world, or fulfillment in the inner world, enlightenment in the inner world, anything, whatever you may want. Inauthenticity is not right strategy. Non-integrity and inauthenticity is not going to be a successful strategy. So I tell you, inauthenticity was never a successful strategy. A successful strategy. No. 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 State of enrichment. Naisha darkena mathirapaneya. Proktan enaiva sugnanaya preshta. This state of enlightenment, not attainable by logical arguments or understanding, only by the being who enriched himself by these truths can enrich you with these truths. O Nachiketa, you have attained the state of receiving this truth through your authenticity. Will another authentic seeker like you can ever be found? No. When you think, for internal success I need authenticity, but for external I'll keep little inauthenticity, but I know where I am keeping inauthenticity. How many of you cognize this truth? You are playing this game in your life. Raise your hand. You are in a big ditch. You are in a very big drainage. And be very clear. You got into the drainage and put the manhole cover on your head. You are not intelligent to separate the poison and the milk continuously. You think, I'll keep little poison inside the same milk can. When I drink, I'll drink only milk. When I give it to my enemy, I'll give it with poison. How many of you think this is foolishness? Raise your hand. Then why do you think the other thing is intelligent? If you consider this is foolishness, then why do you think the other thing is intelligent? You think, no, I know. This liar is inauthentic, cunning fellow, very intelligent. So that is why he is successful. I will also play the same game and become successful. Baba, it doesn't happen. Understand? It is again you making the mistake. No. I'll keep the inauthenticity poison in this authenticity milk. When I drink, I'll drink separately, only milk. When I share the cup to others, I'll give with the inauthenticity poison and milk to the other person. It's like one fellow brings the milk. And puts the poison. Poison is naturally heavy, goes and settles below. He gives the milk, the tumbler to the other person and says, you drink half and then give me the remaining half. Even if it is heavy and settles down, you think the top glass milk, top half is not going to have the effect of poison. Or you drink the top half and give the remaining half to him. You think the top half is not going to have the poison effect? I tell you, inauthenticity will no way be a strategy for what do you want in any level of your life. Because with inauthenticity, you are in a terrible confusion and terrible anger, terrible feeling that life has cheated you, society has cheated you. Anybody whom you see, you feel they cheated you. You feel this lawyer has cheated me by expecting me to become his assistant. This engineer has cheated me by making me his assistant. This doctor has cheated me by wanting me to be his assistant. This Swami has cheated me by wanting me to become his brahmachari. Nobody wanted. You tried. You played the game. The terrible feeling of being cheated by society, the terrible feeling of being exploited, the terrible feeling of illogical anger which leads to your own destruction.
As Ishana intensely, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of his Ishana face. वेदाभयेष्टाङ्कुशपाशः कपालढक्काक्षरशूलपाणिः सितद्युतिः पञ्चमुखोन्वतन्माम् ईशान ऊर्ध्वं परमः प्रकाशः. Now, let us all get ready to experience the manifestation of these 5 faces of Sadashiva. Intensely connect to Swamiji. Please settle down. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Drop all distractions. Drop your gadgets. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Settle down with yourself. Drop all your notions, thoughts, opinions, all the restlessness. Relax into that space. Visualize Sadashiva with his 5 faces. Intensely connect to Swamiji. As he manifests. Please close your eyes. I request all of you to please close your eyes. Settle down. Let us all enter into the deep meditative space of gratitude as we prepare ourselves to receive the initiation. Chant the Mahavakya. Intensely connect. Now, experience the deep gratitude in your inner space. Breathe in deeply and slowly. Breathe out deeply and slowly. See, inside